Comedian.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to Drawing Down the Dragon. I'm Snappy, and thank you for joining me tonight for our interview with my good friend Bruno de la Vega Garcia of Stones and Serpents. How's it going, Bruno?
Hello, Snappy. Hello, everybody. I'm good. A bit cold, but all good.
Good big cold day. It's winter there, right? Right out in Chile.
Not even winter yet. We are
Not
in
even winter
autumn,
yet, right?
but
Autumn.
it's started like it's very different each season here in the south. It's
Right.
like you feel the difference in both of them.
Oh
So
wow.
autumn is cold, windy. Some of the days you have a lot of sun, and you put a jacket, and then you're hot, and then you're cold again, and you know.
You're just dancing, right? Can't figure it out. Oh wow. So thank you so much for making the time to come and chat with me again to get a catch up with you and all of the projects that you're involved in. I've been diligently watching your channel. I've absolutely loved the Histories Inquiry podcast, which you guys just wrapped up, and I'm looking forward. I saw in your post you have another podcast with Dr. Ammon planned. You just released a music video, Daemon, and you are still working on the main production of Stones and Serpents. So why don't you give us an update and talk to us about your current projects and what you got coming out on the channel?
Oh man, okay. Well, thank you, Osnabi, for inviting me again, and we're honored the team also. And well, right
And much
now,
love to them, man. You guys do such incredible work. So
thank you, bro. Yeah, and well, and when I say the team, I should say that well, here in Chile is three of us, now four. We have another one that just joined us for the writing stuff that we needed, and well, I don't have to name her if she doesn't want, but we have now a new person that is working with us, writing some stuff that is happening as and during this whole project. I'm talking about the movie, and it's connected, with what we're doing as research in the research department with Dr. Ammon. So obviously, you'll have some changes, not in the essence of it, but for sure in some stuff that we were picturing that as you are
oh,
getting more
oh, um,
information, you have to
unpack
understand.
this for us, because this is something that I love so much, because the more you learn, the more the picture changes and develops and becomes clearer, and past images stop being so reflective. So what have you garnered that has changed your outlook? What are you changing in the documentary? What's the big revelations from Ahmed?
Mhm. Well, I guess I can put it this way: is we had a script before even to start working with Dr. Ammon, but it hasn't changed in essence.
Okay.
But the script for us was also we were starting an expedition, so we knew that we will have stuff happening in real time while we're recording,
The
rolling
nature
camera.
of the documentary, yeah.
Yeah, of course, because that's the whole point. That's why we went
Exactly.
there, because we interviewed people in Greece, in Malta Island, South Spain. We talked with a lot of people. So the whole thing was that we were hoping that Ammon was like replying to us to be part um, of that moment. That expedition was worth just 45 days. So it was we were very lucky that he answered us before, just at the beginning of the expedition. So that started at the same time we arrived to Europe. So he was actually watching the places where we were going. So as we were interviewing people on site, at the same time we were having interviews with him online on spot.
Wow.
So it was changing all the time with what he was saying, what we were finding with the people in the actual place. When you go to a museum, you have your first approach that will give to everybody, to any tourist that is going. And if you want to go a bit deeper, you can have some permits and actually record inside Um, you can have a guide who specializes in different stuff. And as you know, that we are trying to search into things that are not very mainstream. I mean, it's in your face, but but it's some way the info is not so much in your face. You know, it's more like you can actually see the serpent, but you will not understand what it is unless you go deeper on
It's
it.
stuff that's gone underground. You know, it's interesting. Earlier today, I did this interview with my friend Leslie, and she's in Egypt, and she was talking to us about how she discovered that people are still practicing the old religion, you know, the classical Egyptian religion. You just got to know the right people and be invited to the right cookout. You know,
Exactly.
you got to drink a lot of tea.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly, bro. Yeah, and it's the same in Greece. It's the same in Greece. I mean, we had a lead. I'm sorry, I'm a bit with my throat is up at warring with the winter. But the thing is, yeah, in Greece is the same. At the beginning, nobody will give us anything. We had some leads, and then well, in that's everything on record. So when they were saying, okay, you cannot stay here, you cannot film that much time. What are you looking for? No, you will not find it here. People was following us all the time, especially the director, and so yeah, we found everything. But some other stuff that happened also was in the other in for good, let's say. Like they were actually saying to us, like, you should go this place or that place, or you should talk with this person. And you in that search, you will find something that is quite what you are looking for, and something that you thought it was what you were looking for, and is completely off. You know, these topics sometimes bring a lot of craziness also at the same time. You know,
oh, absolutely.
especially in some specific islands in the
Right,
Aegean.
right. You had mentioned this before, right? You know, in our first interview, you talked about how near the end of your trip, you guys wound up at Samothrace and had all these kind of mystical experiences with nudists there, and that's the center, right?
Mm.
That's where the
Oh, but
Pelasgian mystery starts, right? That's where Hera originates, right there.
and yeah, and you have the not the only island,
Right,
and you are very close to Turkey, also modern day
right,
Turkey.
right.
And there's Lemnos there, there's
True, another
Lesbos,
sacred island, right?
Lesbos right
Lesbos,
there,
all of
like
them right there, right?
right there with Turkey now, with modern day Turkey. So
Right,
yeah, all of those places, and as I don't know how many there are, but there's dozens and dozens of, if not hundreds, of islands in and in the if you see in the map the AG and how it is,
hmm,
you I mean you can understand how it becomes something that it will get different influences through
oh,
time.
absolutely. But I can also see, you know, right, that Greece is this Orthodox country. The Aegean
Right now, yeah,
Islands are a tourist center. You can see why they would be so closed, is all I mean, right? Like why they're not gonna just, you know, they got so many people coming through who are trying to get a
true.
piece of them all the time. That just makes people, you know, more reserved in general. And then you have that culture, which we discussed briefly too last time, is that, you know, a lot of this pagan practice has to remain underground. You know, people still get called to court. It's only very recently have the laws changed to allow people to practice openly. You know,
Mhm.
this is still kind of an awkward thing. Now, the average person doesn't mind, but the church itself is very vindictive, right?
Yeah, especially in that area,
Right,
which Christianity like was is quite strong. Like
right,
in Greece, I mean, you have to it's Turkey and Greece. You know, you have Cyprus, somewhere there, and some parts of Turkey, you know, are Muslim. There's a small part which is Christian. A small part is Europe. Even the other one is not Europe in Turkey, let's say, which it was part of what in like ancient times it was just like the whole area was like the same, I guess. It was not the division that we get now. but
Right, right. We have all that
but
nationalism and modern political
yeah,
antagonism that colors
and
everything,
probably if
right?
you have like a big country, which is they were the Ottoman Empire was there, like
Right.
in Turkey, and at the same time you have this other spot like right next to it. They have a lot of history, and it's Christian. So I guess I don't know, man. I mean, I just
Very
can
recent
feel
history.
the with
Well,
this like very different places that used to be the same. So I guess it gets the strengthened
oh,
the,
absolutely. It
the
makes me think of Lord Byron, one of Ammon's favorite authors who we always recommend. Lord Byron went and fought in the wars of independence for Greece to get them out of the Ottoman control and bring them into Europe, right? And he winds up dying of his wounds later, so like this
Mhm,
is stuff that's also very recent to people's history, right? Everything's become so wild in that area. East meets west, right? The Crusades have never ended. Crusades have never ended. They've just been ongoing of different colors and different kinds up until the present moment, right?
mhm. Yeah,
Wild.
and well, it's like the same in Malta Island. Malta Island
Right.
is
We're Crusader Islands originally, or at least like their current, national images, right?
and everybody was trying also to bring it in. It was the passage
Right.
between but because Malta, I know that it's Stones and Serpents, as we are doing the history inquiry and and we are working with Ammon, tends to go Greece. And you think Greece, I know this is not your case because we have spoken so much about it,
Right.
but that you think Greece and you are thinking modern Greece, which is completely different from ancient Greece, which is not even called Greece. So
Right.
when we are in Malta Island, we are actually understanding now, not even when we were there, but you are talking about pretty much the same reality of the same situations that were happening all over the Mediterranean.
Hmm.
So in Malta is not different. It's an island which is actually a passage from Africa to Europe, to Italy, modern day Italy. Sicily is like I've done this trip. I mean, it's like hours away in a sailboat from Malta Island, Sicily. And if you want to go, which is Tunisia now, it will take you a bit more. So you're just in the middle and with a
Right.
sailboat. So they were doing that all the time. And Malta is right there in that spot. That's why even in Second World War, they were bombing it. I mean, there was Malta is in every war. So when we got there um, with this whole topic, we were sure that it was going to be absolutely connected. As I told you last time we talked, when we arrived to Rabat, which is the old town, and it's all about Saint Paul and the snake, you know, and we started connecting dots at the beginning. Well, if you Amal, this guy is in the movie. He's one of the producers in Malta, Toran, and he's and we talked a lot with him, and he's very into this stuff. So obviously, uh, this is going to be a place which I think in the documentary will be um, like a protagonista. She will be like I don't know how to say it in English, but it will be an important topic. The Maltese island. You have to understand that Malta Island has Stone Age history.
What
You
has
know,
Ammon told you about Malta? Because, Sicily, Malta, the peninsulas off of Italy, these islands, there's so much mystical magic around all these islands. I don't want to name any specific one as the one that stands out, but like Circe is from these islands. You
well,
know, Alexandra, Cassandra, her cult winds up in the island of Sicily. There's so much wildness going on here, right? Mount Etna's right there. That's where they bury Typhon, right? That's where the penultimate Satan figure in the Greek tradition is satirized and imprisoned, right?
amazing. Well, yeah, I can tell you this. when I was talking with Ammon for the first time in Malta Island, I was in Rabat,
Hmm.
which is this place that I was telling you about the last time, and with the like the pole thing, is the history of the island. But the history of the island is what goes way back, not to Paul's time, like way way back.
Right.
So
Pelasgians were in Sicily. Were they in Malta?
yeah, and well, we had an interview with a person because when you gave me a question about what Ammon was saying, and we didn't went too deep on Malta Island when we were there. It was after,
Hmm.
but at that point I had so many questions. Imagine this is his first time I talked with him on record for the documentary. What you will ask, it's first time.
Right.
Good,
You got
so
to start with the virgin or start with something, something a little more
no,
basic.
man, exactly. So I was all over, and I had an overview, and we spoke for like 3 hours, and the connection was not good. So but so so we didn't talk about too much about the island at that point. But we had an interview on the island that connected a lot of stuff, and they don't know each other. He's a guy. This guy. His name was John Mitzi. He's living in Australia, but he's a Maltese, and he lives in Gozo Island, which is the island that supposedly Calypso was holding hostage
Oh, here we go. Okay,
to
now we're
to
getting.
to Odysseus.
Oh wow,
Yeah, I
Calypso.
mean,
Right? One of
there's
the
the
great
cave and
nymphs with
everything.
Circe, right? Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's the cave and everything. There's the cave, which is the Calypso cave. Um, so obviously, you think at first, I have encountered many different places that they will say to you, okay, oh, this is the island.
Yeah, of course.
All of the islands are the island. I mean, so to speak. But yeah, in this Malta is three islands. The big one, which everybody lives there, big island Malta. You have Gozo Island, which is way smaller, and people that lives there for centuries, they call themselves Gossitans. They even don't speak the same. You have Malta Island is 28 kilometers per 14. So I can run that,
Right.
if it was flat, but it's not flat. If you want to walk from one point to the other point, it will take you forever. You will not do it. It's like this.
Right.
So, and you don't have roads that connect. I mean, it's like there's just one road which is for the cars. It's very not a place that you can walkable, even
It's
that is so
rugged.
small. It used to be walkable, of course, but now
Right.
they have just roads to connect the different spot that always the different cities, or well, cities actually are on the top of the hills all the time. You will not have on the valley. On the valley, it will not have. It's nothing. It's stuff that they plant or somebody owes it, or I don't know, or they extract stone, but they are doing stuff for their own thing that they do on the island, like planting stuff or whatever. But they live in the hills, so it's very difficult to move around. If you take a bus, let's say I want to go to Gozo Island, which is like half an hour ferry, 20 minutes ferry, and I'm on the other side of the island, which is 28 kilometers per 14. Let's say it will take me 20 kilometers. So, well, it's not much, man. But it will take you, if you take a bus, you'll have to take two buses. One, it will take you an hour and a half. You wait for the other one, it will be another hour and a half. Then you get to the ferry, you will take the ferry, will have another. So if you want to go to the island and go back to your spot in the island, in the other place, I mean, in the other side, from the ferry to Gozo, it will take you the whole freaking day. You will be 12 hours just like moving around. Once you get to
Wow.
Gozo Island, you have to take another bus to get to the hills. Dude, it's like,
So they're
that's
very
why it was so.
separated culturally,
I,
right?
I guess there was also, that's why it was a fort.
Right.
Malta is a fort. Everybody wanted. Malta. The Knights of Malta were taking care of it, which is quite connected with all the topic. We
Hmm.
have that obviously in the Maltese chapters. With the chapter, we talk about the Maltese Knights, of course, which psychedelics, you know, all over, like mystery rituals, or versions from that time, mushrooms, whatever, man. I mean, that was happening. The purple stuff, of course, it had to do with, okay,
The rich
but
elite are doing the rich elite magical thing, right? I
yeah,
remember well, Ammon talks about this all the time. He talked about it even with you on your show. He loves to bring up his favorite Transylvanian poet, Michael Maroulis, right? He just lays it out for you. He actually came on to my show a couple years back, and he reads Maroulis. We got him to translate it on the air, and that stuff is wild, right? Taking the baby, sticking a post through it into the heart of a person and drinking the liquid in a cup, like this kind of stuff that is associated with Dracula is pretty wild.
yeah, yeah. We
You
talked
know.
about it, and also I can give you this. We had this conversation also with a Maltese guy from a family of our Maltese associate and friend and part of a crew, Toran, and he's from a long lineage of Maltese people, that they have the history of, okay, these guys were here. So you say the Knights of Malta, but they were not Maltese, of course.
Right, right. No, they're
But
all
you have
these
a
rich
Maltese
elites of
guy
Europe.
that can tell you what the Maltese people saw when they came to the island, and what happened. The Maltese guys had a long time with them there, and they were doing their stuff on the island, of course. And now, if you go, you will. Malta is a very not easy place to find the right person to show you the right stuff.
Right.
Even more difficult, I'll say, than Greece. Malta is an enigma, bro. I've been there 5 times. I worked there before. I was there for like a year one time, like going and back. I have a lot of friends, and still I don't know shit about the island. And even now that we were recording with a Maltese guy, he's also searching for stuff. But we had these conversations. I was mentioning before, this guy John Mitzi, that is a Gossitan guy. I'm not sure if he was born on Malta or in Gozo. He gave us an interview, and I was telling him about the whole project. He knew a bit, but when I started to give some more in-depth info, even after I talked with Ammon, he started like to telling us some crazy ass stories, like about the island and what place we should go, which is making way more sense now after we did the history inquiry series. Way more sense.
So what was he telling
Um,
you? Was he like, were they talking about rumors that the Maltese Knights were getting up to with the locals? Like
mhm.
that's generally the thing that happens with
That's-
these places. Wherever these elites go, then you get horror stories from all the locals,
well, let me tell you this. When he told me this, I was like, okay, we'll see what we do with this after. Because
Oh,
for me, it was off topic. He was
right,
telling me a
right.
history, because at the time it was off topic for me. Because he was experimenting with different stuff in different spots on the island, which people from all over the world go to actually connect with another place, and with some knowledge and with some entities in specific spots that they have been doing for millennia. And he tells me the story when he sees this entity, that he knew that it was Sekhmet. So for me,
Oh,
it's like, okay, he's saying Sekhmet to me, and I told you last time, and I'm like, okay, how can I bring this guy to our topic? Because ignorant, of the whole thing. I'm just following mystery rites, priests, disconnected with this or whatever. All of us, we have a research, but a research which is like on the surface. So as we are recording, we're going like, so now it's making. I watched again the interview the other day, and now there I've been hearing about the Auratos, or hearing about like this other place. He was talking so. I mean, it will make so much sense after what Ammon was telling us about in the series, about when I was talking with him about the Auratos and this. What is this other dimension or place,
Well,
that they
like, I
were
was just
engaging with?
rewatching the Histories Inquiry videos today, and Ammon even brings up Sekhmet. Sekhmet, right, in the Greek texts, right, is so there's a famous text by Plutarch, Osiris and Isis, right, which is one of these important mystery texts. And in part of this text, the Greek gods flee Greece because of the ongoing Gigantomachy, right, this massive war, and they have to disguise themselves as animals and they go to Egypt. And Artemis becomes Sekhmet. Artemis, Diana, right? The main, the twin to Apollo, right? This Hecate archetype. That's what we're talking about. The ferocious mother, you
Yeah,
know?
for me it was because I was talking with him because we wanted a lead on a spot on the
Mm,
island that nobody will tell you, as everything around Malta. Nobody will tell you shit, bro.
right.
But we are with a Maltese guy, Gossi, that guy. We He's on this kind of stuff, but on his own stuff also, So he's part of the whole team at this point, and now of course, but at this point, like he was making the whole um, logistic production on Gozo because he was living there at that moment, and this is last year. And he says to us like, dude, I have this guy, man. I met this guy years ago. We need to talk with him. So we do the interview. He was living in Australia, so he's not on the spot, and he gives to us all of this information about a specific spot that you will not be able to see. So it's like, imagine me as a producer. I mean, like, I'm trying to produce a thing that I'm going to record a spot, and he's like, okay, it's in you have to go over there, but you will not be able to see it. So it's like, okay, you understand, man, that I'm trying to record something here, and what you mean?
Okay. What does he mean
I
by that?
mean, dude, there is a place that I can see, So the thing is, then I start to understand a bit what he was going with the whole thing. Like, you cannot see it in some way. I mean, the spot is there, the ruin is there. You can go, you can see it, but you have to understand what it means, and why so much people is still going over there. And if you go, which is another topic that we like to go at the same time as we speak with people that are giving you experiences of this kind. It's like the actual physics, because a lot of people has been going to the islands also to make the scientific um, work on why they were putting this specific spot and how they were using sound, let's say, which is a big one in Malta. That you have like the hypogeum, which you can talk in a spot and you will hear everything in the other
Right.
place. You will hear it
Well,
right in your
the
ear. You will
Maltese
hear it
also have
right here.
those whistle languages, don't they? Like the shepherds have a whole like language based upon whistles
Oh
because of
yeah,
how
but
ridiculous the mountains are there.
yeah, but the whole knowledge of the actual sound and how is traveling and connected with the charge of the limestone, which we know this is not esoteric stuff, man. This is I mean, it could be also at the same time, but You can uh, some guys are going have been going to the island all the time to make this for the scientific driven
Right.
audience, I guess, which is like, okay, if we put this limestone here and here, the sound will travel in a different way, or it would charge a different. So they were not doing as everything, man, as we understood when we were talking about pharmakeia with Ammon, and that they were not just randomly, hippies trying different stuff. I mean, this is actually science that they were doing. At the same time, we found these parallels on the island of Malta at the beginning. I'm talking at the beginning because after the expedition, we understood that it was a main knowledge that was being spread all over to all of these islands. So you can have these different names like Sekhmet or Ammon or Apollo, or so, but you will understand that at that time
We're talking
it
about
has
the
to do
same solar cult, right?
it
When you
has to do
recognize the symbolism,
and the
right? And
tech
this,
and
yeah,
the
and the
tech
tech,
is the same.
it's the same.
So the stone in the that's why we gave the name actually to our movie Stones and Serpents, because the stone in Malta has such an importance in the like regarding their tech as the hypogeum. The hypogeum, man, you cannot go even with a cell phone. They will not
Right.
let you go inside with not even with a cell phone. I mean, it's very very restricted. As everything in Malta. In Malta is very restricted. Everything you want to go, you can see the catacombs, you can see but just in this part, not this other part. And official story, everything is a graveyard. Everything is what they were using this for what? Well, it was a graveyard, it's for dead people. So they will give you all the time that answer. But
Yeah,
as
but
his friend said to us, dude,
that just makes me more
that's what they will
intrigued
say. That's what they will
because
say.
but okay, what were the Christians doing in their catacomb? You've talked to Ammon enough. I've read these sources that Ammon is poking at. You know, my buddy Dion is in the chat. We talk about this all the time, right? The Christians are going into these catacombs and they're hotboxing them and they're doing these weird sex rites. They're drinking the corpse liquor. They're stealing the body parts to the point where you can still see these grave sites in these catacombs where they put cages over the bodies because they don't want people stealing the body liquor. They don't like because they're going in and there's even these accusations. They're fermented mushrooms on the bodies. They're fermented mushrooms on the bodies, and then they're
I tell
going
you
down
more,
there to
man.
collect them.
I tell you more. Yeah, and I know also this is just on us. We're speaking,
Right.
as persons, as travelers.
And
I
weirdo.
know, I know from first um, hand that till now magic is being used in politics. In I know it from a guy who was selling it. Guys, it was being paid for specifics with for that specifics also. Like in it's not something which is not being done now. I mean, but it's part of like a very dark and not easy topic to go into. It has nothing to do with our project, but it has a bit to do also at the same time. So
It
obviously,
does.
I mean, yeah, because it's a tech, man. That's the
It is
I guess that's the whole conclusion, which is not a conclusion. More than a conclusion is like, okay, from here you can see it in a different way. We're not talking about now anymore about um, I don't know, something so difficult to define. No, we're talking about some tech.
Well,
It's
one
something
of
that
the
you can
things that
actually
I've started to get
use.
into is like, okay, so when we look at specifically the post-Christianized versions of the right, and we're looking at these people and what they do the right, and then what they're capable of doing post-right, what does the right become about in many ways? And I've done a lot of research on this, And it appears that the rites, in many ways, is about breaking free of themis. Themis is the natural law in Greek understanding. But everyone is bound to this kind of natural human compassion. We see people as people, right? We're not in this, we're not in this state where we can be completely divested of our moral sense of being. We're caught up in this cyclical reality. There's something about the perverted version of the right that reduces all other people to nothing, that makes everyone and everything reduced to one's own dream, to one's own perspective. And it enables the tyranny. It enables Vlad to be Vlad, to commit these mass atrocities for the purposes of saving his nation, right? It converts people into people who are unbound by morality, by law, right? They're perverting it. And they're
Mhm.
seeking to move even beyond just the limits of law. They want to pervert time itself, right? They tell you this, right? In the Christian texts. The
Mhm. Can
whole
I ask you a question?
purpose is to stop time and to create a perpetual hierarchy. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, but it's actually it has to do with that because it's a question that we have been tapping into also, of course.
Mm,
Like at what point, because we understand that when we revive these topics, let's say, uh, just parentheses, have been doing interviews with people from academia that here in Chile, it's a small country. What kind of agenda will they have to not show you real info or whatever? Pretty much none. So you can go and tap into like feeling that you will get the sincere um, answer, and you have it. And at the same time, sincere as it is, you have from academia and people that research this kind of stuff, you go to find a philologist or something like that. Um, but at the same time, they are like not getting into some of these topics because they are just not doing it. It's not very common. I've been seeing that. As someone said to me, like it's nobody's uh, watching this stuff, like the actually medical stuff of what they actually were doing in the rights. There's not much people doing it. I had an interview like just not long ago with a philologist and at the same time linguist from Athens, specialized in Scotland, like with a amazing background. And she said to us, like, he's right. I mean, nobody's is going into these topics. No, because Ammon was saying that in the US, nobody was doing it.
it's
And,
even more than
she
that,
said to
though.
me, like, it's not about the US, man. Is not in these words. She's very,
Right.
like, not
What
not like that. She told me,
you
like,
know,
no, actually, nobody's doing it.
because you know what it is? Okay, okay. I've thought about this too, right? What makes someone like Dr. Ammon so special, right? What is his unique perspective that he's bringing? Or how is he able to tap into this? Because he's coming at this from a dualistic perspective, in my opinion. On one hand, he is very much a scientist. He has both the linguistic and the medical knowledge. He has the biology, the master's in biology. He can read those texts
Mhm.
from a scientific perspective, right? We have people who are doing that, who are approaching it as philologists, who are approaching it as medical practitioners and as linguists. There are other people than Ammon doing that. But what they lack that Ammon also has is the aesthetic practice. And you guys hinted at this in your last episode of Stones and Serpents. I think it was the best one you guys did, talking about the Adola, the fascination, the phantoms, the image,
Folklore.
because the image is he was dropping so many truth bombs in that episode, just laying it all out for everyone. It was making me giddy. Bacchus and adoration of Venus, that is everything, man. It is everything. That's the aesthetic tradition, the aesthetic path. The worship and love of the image, the appreciation of the myth allows you to move from this limited world to the higher understanding. It allows you to know thyself. That's the whole essence of it all. And it's achieved through the worship of beauty. Bacchus in adoration of Venus. When you can recognize the idolized, when you can read the text from that magical perspective, that's when you can come into trance. So this is what you get. You get that mystical approach of the aesthetic, not a philosopher, not just a religious person, an aesthetic, an aesthete, someone after beauty and the science. Beauty and science together. That's what's so important about a character like Ammon, right?
Mhm.
That's where the real fascination comes in because it's all about that fascination. I appreciate this because this is what totally inspired me on the other side, studying Eastern philosophy. I got right into the aesthetic tradition and they do the exact same thing. And this is also part of the problem that I see in so much of the West is that in the East, right, the first part of the journey, at least within, the Shaivite Tantrika tradition that I was really studying, is that you move from the one to the many. So we have this idea that Shiva goes into himself and he goes into the depths of his subconscious and he comes to that profound realization that everything is interconnected. But then he's forced to come back to reality and deal with the reality that he's still bound in a body. He's still here on earth. But that's where the next part comes in. Now the muse shows up for Shiva in the Indian text. Parvati, the great mother goddess, appears. He recognizes her, he smells her, and then they make love. And it's seeing himself reflected in the other. They come into this play and they reform the divine androgyne. So then both are true, right? We are all connected, but we are all separate. And the only way to recognize the true connectedness is in separation, right? This is what allows the whole thing to unfold. This is Eros and Aphrodite, the mother and the child. That's the whole thing,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, well, for you were mentioning that last episode, which for me also was that episode is like 4 hours.
Oh,
We
wow.
obviously edited a bit, not a bit like like an
A
hour,
lot of it. You
but
guys, because you send it to us in half-hour chunks. Wow.
but the thing is, yeah, because uh, sometimes I go a bit off topic, and
I
I
appreciate your
ask,
directorial eye, my friend. It's beautiful done.
and thank you, and well, that's the guys, man.
Mm,
I just give my ideas, and they're like, dude, this probably. But
much love to them.
the thing is, I told him this is not going to be on record. Can I ask you this and that and this and that?
Mm,
Because I always, I have very respect. I'm very respectful, of course, but so I try to. I don't go like I never ask him about his personal life or anything like that. I mean, we are just going for the idea that we heard at first, which is like we do 4 episodes of info for people that speaks Spanish. So we will translate it manually, no AI, nothing. I mean, we will do the
do the good
actual
work.
translation. It's very difficult, man. I
I
mean,
can
still
imagine.
now we are still finding mistakes with it in translation, not in words, but in like letters, timing. But you can do it not like that, and it will give you something like it, but not the same. So the whole point was, man, this has to be exactly what he's saying. Exactly what he's saying. We cannot change shit. The exact word he's saying, and we have been trying to do. I mean, we tried to do that because it's already online.
Good thing too
And
with Ammon is he's often quoting and he tells you who he's quoting. Like in that previous episode, he just tell John Chrysostom. You can go read what he has to tell you about Satan.
yeah,
you can
yeah.
you can go
Last
check
episode he gave
Ammon's
us
work.
so much,
You know?
man, because I touched the whole trying to go towards us in time. Like kind of okay, and what happened after? I know sometimes it takes forever to make the question because
Mm.
of my shitty English, but the point was like to bring it towards now, and when we started to talk about a bit of um, Byzantine times or what that means and what were they doing, how this survives. Yeah, he gave us a bunch of names, sources. He even code some stuff, like you were saying, this connection in Romania, man, which is a place I was once. So I was like, okay, makes sense what he's saying. And so yeah, that fourth episode for me, um, uh, this is what I wanted to say is the thing that not cracked, obviously, but gave me like compass, I guess, is actually what I was trying to do in the whole episode. Was trying to follow the idea of the aoratos. What is this place? Are we talking about the same place? Of like when now
Wait,
they're saying,
what's your understanding of this concept? Like, how do you see it now? Like, don't
how
give
do
me
I
no
see it?
dictionary. What's your perspective?
My perspective is that this is probably what we're engaging with for thousands of years.
Right.
I told you last time also we found some um, South American witches in an island in Greece, and they were there because something was calling them. That's what they say on camera for us. Like this island called us. We didn't know anything about these mystery rites or whatever. It's just an entity that is connected with the entity we talk in this other side, but we're speaking the same place. So okay, I'm just saying, I'm just seeing this, I'm just making the interview, and it's like, okay, they're a bit crazy, maybe it's true, who knows? This is a documentary. But now that I've been asking Ammon, let's say, so when we talk about this other reality, when we see Mithraic liturgy or Carl Jung talking about this, you know, and we talk after about the place that the oracles are going to bring the information. And before that, we're talking about the Mycenaean times when the oracles in that time or whatever. Can we fairly say that they were going and engaging with this same space that you have to, that the pre-Socratics were talking about, this dual thing, this other reality, the invisible? Is this the same place through time that people are engaging with? In the thing is with the Greek, they wrote about it. But if you think about, I don't know, shaman or whatever, that is going and engaging with a serpent or with an entity or with something, it's not something that I'm saying that is like that, but it makes a bit of sense. Probably they were engaging with the same thing, but they were not writing about it.
Well, sometimes they are writing about it. Like Ammon, right, in your previous episode, gave you a couple really great examples. One example that I loved that he brought up that I've only been getting into recently because people in my audience were asking me to engage. And it's kind of an interesting synchronicity was he was talking about Arthur in Avalon. And
Mhm.
Avalon is Aiea. That's where you go to meet the fairy queen. It's a
El Rey
place
Arturo.
outside of time, right? You don't did they die or did they go to Aiea for a time and then come back resurrected after spending time in Aiea? That happens to Odysseus. Does he die when he goes to Aiea and come out? Right? This is such a constant theme that we see in
Mhm.
so many of these different Mediterranean cultures, right?
Or what about when you go here in South America and you talk with the entity to ask something? As it could be an animal, or
Mm,
it could be whatever, man. It could be somebody. It could be an ancestor. You can go and talk with your ancestors, just like Odysseus
absolutely.
going and
Well,
talk with.
the
It's like a
the animals
necromancy.
are like this is
Um,
something too. Like the animals are ancestral and they are magical, right? Like one text, okay, a while back, Ammon had recommended to me, like a while back, this text called "The Alexandria" by Lycophron. And the first time I picked it up, I could not. I could not. It was like one of the hardest reads of my entire life, so I gave up. But then later on, it just kept coming up, kept coming up, kept coming up. So over these last 2 months, I've been dedicated going to third party literature, reading it, going through the Scholia, reading it, And this text is the most wild text that I've ever read. But all the characters are animals, right? Clytemnestra is a lioness, a murderous lioness who's going to come and kill Alexandra, right? Like there are wolves and lions and birds. Like all of these spirits come and visit you, and these are archetypical. It's beyond important, right? Like the lion has a meaning, the wolf has a meaning, the dove has a meaning, the fox has a meaning, the deer has a meaning. And these are primordial symbols that occur across time and place. Like Dion and I have been diving into these weird deer cults in our podcast, and we've been
Mhm.
looking at the mystery, so-called mystery area, which is Balk or Bactria, Greco-Bactria, where the Scythians are kind of from,
Um,
where
I
Dionysus
saw a piece
said
of
to
it.
be born, right?
Yeah.
We get all these weird deer cults where these guys are going off in the woods, becoming vegetarian, doing all kinds of drugs, obsessed with the deer musk. And they're all dancing and looking like Shiva with the dreadlocks. Like, I don't know. There's so much wildness going on.
But what do you think? What do you think, man? Because
What do I
about
think?
this aortos, I think
Or
this
Ortios.
is fucking great.
You
I
know,
mean, I mean, do you? Can I ask you? Well,
yeah,
it's your show, man. But can I ask
ask,
you a question?
please.
Is do you think that these auratos they were talking? Is this because at the same time is you cannot know what is going to happen once you go there? You can know a bet if you are having an initiation, let's say, and you go into the invisible to engage with the entity. You have to know what to say to it. This is in let's say more civilized way of doing it, when you have a protocol, when you will train the initiate before it goes to the actual moment that he will encounter this. So then you have, this is for the initiation, then you will have this idea of magus, which you will go and engage with this and know how to somehow manipulate what is going on over there to have bring something back that he's searching for, engage with these entities at the same time, and then you will think, okay, we have some initiation rites here in South America. I know this is not new. I mean, I've heard a lot of people saying this. Okay, in South America is the same because we see the feathered serpent and the ayahuasca and whatever. So it's the
The
same
stone
everywhere.
skin, the
Okay, so
giants. There's so many guys. There's
okay,
so many comparisons. But yes,
yes. So let's say that we all have heard about this idea of it's all over the world. Isn't it? We have like where the shaman is bringing people might be perfectly the same spot that an oracle was going to bring some info. So that's what I've been actually after that episode I've been engaging in my mind because even something that I was thinking to talk with you tonight, that it has even to do what was happening now with all of this disclosure stuff. Yeah, isn't it?
yeah.
It's the same freaking words, man. I mean, like
I mean, it's just
now they
it's
are saying like openly the multi-dimension. There are demons. There are whatever. But have you seen this thing that in the U.S. one guy is saying, vice president is saying, this is demons. The Congress woman
okay.
that we all know is
All right.
saying, well, this is multi-dimensional. I know that I'm talking about a bunch of stuff, but what I'm trying to go with this just a second is it might perfectly be that this invisible they were talking about is like something that you have to know how to engage with through some tech, and maybe um, everybody was talking about the same. So, what makes this Greek language different is that they will come up with a concept and a word and a language, sophisticated language, to talk about this. Way more than even now, as we can talk now about this. If you go to pre-Socratic
Can I
ideas of
tell you
the
one of the
invisible.
most can
What do
I
you think
tell
about
you
all of this?
okay, yeah, this gets okay, to tell you what I think about all this, I gotta talk to you about we gotta put on the personal gnosis kind of disclaimer, and we gotta talk about we're gonna go into personal mystical nonsense. Take it with a grain of salt. This happened to me. This is my
Okay,
personal experience. Cannot be verified,
love it.
right? But this is things that happened to me that have brought me here. Okay. So two big things. Okay. My main love in magic before I met Ammon was divination. I was obsessed with divination, trying to know the nature of reality and time. The reason for this is because as a young person, I would constantly have precognitive dreams all the time. And most of the time, they would be stupid and mundane. But I would have a dream of the future. Like I'm sitting doing my laundry, sitting washing dishes, I'm school studying. But it would always occur in the same way. I'd wake up, recognize I was out of time, recognize that I'm not in the right place, and I would get stuck in an infinite loop of regression where I would be literally standing outside of time and place. And a few times when this happened, there was someone there watching and laughing at me, laughing at me. Okay. This experience haunted me in my youth to the point where, I experimented with things to get away from these dream experiences because they were driving me nuts. I also used to have, I also was really into creative writing and would write a lot of stuff down and would write fantasy stories. Okay.
Mhm.
So, all right. I have all this weird time stuff, divination stuff. I've become obsessed with Saturn, right? And this idea of the satire, of the polar opposite. And I'm trying to explore the reality of this divinity. I've become beyond obsessed to the point where I start doing magical rituals that I've gleaned from the PGM in order to find myself a magical teacher. Okay. Then personal life comes down, weirdness happens. I thought that the magic didn't work. I was I moved away from divination for a time and I was kind of into a secular mode. As soon as I fall into the secular mode, Ammon shows up in my life on my YouTube. But he has the iconography of Saturn. He's wearing the chains. He
Mhm.
has the tattoos.
I
He's
remember you told me.
right? But
Mhm.
gets even more wild than that. Okay. So the time stuff, right? Ammon starts talking about all of the time travel and this idea of magicians creating reality through the word. Okay. What I was also really into for a long time is chaos magic and the occult. And I got really into a lot of this kind of ideas about how you could manipulate reality using chaos magic. Have you ever heard of this idea called hyperstition?
Sorry, hypus.
Hyperstition.
No,
Nick Land, he's kind of a weirdo, crazy person, but
no,
he
haven't.
elucidates this idea. But this is an old type of magic that you can see in many different places. But now this is what I believe the Bible is. Okay. There's certain types of magical literature works that are designed to create and manifest reality. Okay. And that this is a work designed to bring about a future in which what we're seeing in the Bible is occurring in our present. It's occurring in our reality right now. Okay. And that this text is about empowering that masculine, patriarchal, racially pure elite, them and their family, and allowing them to kind of control everything. And many people have now taken this magic and hyped onto it and it's got twisted over time, but this is how it originates. It originates as an idea in order to manifest a future, in order to manifest a future. Okay. So
Mhm.
this is something that I started to recognize. And then Ammon says he's going to show me the time changing happening, okay, in the texts. Well, he says this on his show. He doesn't tell me this directly, right? But he says, we're going to show you the time changing happening. Okay, well, where does time change happening? It happens in the Prometheia, Okay, well, what's the Prometheia? This is the great tragedy epic by
Aeschylus?
Aeschylus. Prometheus
Aeschylus.
Bound is the most complete surviving portion.
Which
Aeschylus,
part?
right? So Prometheus Bound, but there's this occurs across the fragments. I'm going to be telling you kind of a truncated version of this time travel magic that's happening here. Remember,
Mhm.
okay, Aeschylus commits the grave sin. He's
Yeah.
believed to have revealed the mystery and is publicly shamed for this. Publicly
Almost
shamed
killed.
for this. Almost killed, right? So this is important. What is happening in the Prometheia is you have this wild we talked about on when we did our episode about Saturn, and I wanted to talk to you about Saturn as the philosophical sun, the dying and rising sun, as that part of Zeus, right? That comes into that final aspect, that theogony cyclical mythology. Okay.
Mhm.
Prometheia is continuing upon this. It's explaining this idea. Okay. So if we look at that Saturn one, right? What happens at the end of the Saturn cycle? When that masculine becomes all consuming and tries to empower itself and stop time, justice prevails, castrates the Saturn, divides it, splits it in two, right? The phallus falls, and we have the birth of Aphrodite. We have the separation of the Satan. Saturn, Kronos, and Kronos becomes Aphrodite and Eros effectively. Okay. This is what that does. Separates that energy, causes our current unfolding of reality. We're all in hell. Welcome to real life. Anyway, if you're following Ammon, you should be able to follow this much. Okay. Um, so that's what's happening there. Okay. Now we have the empowerment of Zeus. Zeus has now come to the end of that Saturnian cycle. And now he's moved out of that justice energy, right? He's no longer as Liber Bacchus in the beginning. He's not the rising sun, right? He's no
Mhm.
longer even the Apollonian sun, right? The sun at its height. He's now the waning sun, Saturn, right? He's consuming his children, spreading that monotheism, trying to stop time and reject Themis, empower himself and his will, doing everything he can to prevent succession. Okay, if you're Zeus and you're trying to prevent succession, how do you do this? How do you stop the wheels of time from turning? You have to rewrite history. You have to change things by knowing the past, right? And he does this by abducting Hera. He abducts Hera and the Furies, and through manipulating that feminine power, he's able to maintain his authority. And he does this by intercepting the prophetic idea. He sees the future and prevents it from happening. Okay, this is what we see explicitly in the Prometheia. So, what happens in the
Yeah.
Prometheia? The goddess Themis, right, who is the oracular Drakon. She is the Delphine Drakon, right? The oracular voice. She sees a reality in where the goddess Tithys and Zeus are going to have a child that'll kill Zeus and replace him. Okay. So this can't happen, right? If this happens, the
Zeus?
cycle ends.
Who
Zeus
kills
ends.
Zeus?
Will kill Zeus. The child of Zeus, Antithys, will kill him and replace him. Will become the new Zeus. We'll do the same
Okay.
thing. We'll do the same. We'll see the cycle continue as what happened to Kronos,
Same.
as
That's
what
what happened to
happened
Cross.
to Uranos, right? We see
What
this
does Zeus
unfolding
does then?
cycle. Okay. So what does Zeus do? Well, remember Prometheus, right? Prometheus has been bound and is being tortured for creating humanity, right? Having his liver eaten. But there's more to this, right? Prometheus is not a good guy in the Prometheia. He's not a good guy at all.
Mhm.
What does he do? He overhears, he intercepts Themis's prophecy, okay? And he rats her out. He rats out this reality. He goes to Zeus and says, "Hey, Zeus, if you get Hercules, which is you, right? Zeus, the current Zeus is that Herculean Zeus, right? Is that pirate Zeus, the Zeus who loves Ganymede, right? The brute, okay? This Zeus, or, he what he does is he frees Prometheus, but he gains the prophecy. So then what does he do? He stops succession. How does he stop succession? He goes to Peleus, King Peleus, and he tells Peleus to abduct the nymph Tethys, to abduct her, to hold her away from the water until she stops transforming. Then get this, they have this wild magical wedding where she is bound to him, okay? And we have all of this other magical stuff in the Alexandria, which is all about breaking the wedding bound. The wedding magic is evil, right? Okay. So Tethys is bound to Peleus, and Peleus is given the elemental weapons. He's given the robes of the magus. He's given the cup, the sword, and the staff. He becomes a Solomonic magician. He's doing the dark rites. He's enslaving the nymph and empowering himself, binding her to him, possessing her, doing the pirate magic. King Peleus is a pirate in the same way Jason is a pirate, same way Jason abducts Medea, okay? Wild, crazy shit. But what does this result in? This results in the birth of Achilles, the greatest hero the world has ever known. He was supposed to be the Zeus slayer. He was supposed to be the next god. He never gets to become god. This is why he has all of this fucking rage. This is why he's this enraged man, and the goddess Tethys, she tries to make him immortal, tries to empower him, but she's prevented, right? Peleus comes and stops the dipping, stops it right at the final moment when he could have been made immortal. Nope, can't be immortal, right? And this is also why at the very end, what happens to Achilles? He winds up where? In the Elysian fields with Medea, because they're both outside of time. Medea and Achilles are supposed to come together. This is Echidna and Typhon. This is Eros and Aphrodite uniting to reform the Saturn and give birth to the child to come, the next divine, Harpocrates, right? Horus the child, Plutus, the wealth of the earth, the child of Demeter. That is supposed to come to be this savior who's going to bring about a healing of the rites, a healing of humanity, and is going to call the cycle forward. Zeus is preventing the cycle. He's preventing, because what's supposed to happen is, Saturn fell due to hubris, and they're supposed to go through a time in hell, reform, and then come back, and the cycle repeats, right? That which is above goes to that which is below. This is the nature of reality. But right now, we're preventing that nature. We're preventing the healing. We're not allowing Typhon and Echidna to stop being monsters. We're keeping them monstrous, right? And as Zeus stops being heroic, he becomes more monstrous, and Typhon and Echidna become more heroic, right? We're seeing this magical shift right before our eyes in real time as this polar flip occurs. This is the other thing, is that even though Zeus has prevent the succession, it's eventually going to catch up, right? He has to keep doing this time magic in order to stop shit. And there's all this wild stuff, all this implication then with the Christian rites. The Christian rites, the same kind of stuff is happening. Right? This ascension, this empowering and becoming of the idea, this becoming the next Zeus, the next ruler, right? And the Elysian fields, right? Proclus tells us this is the moon, right? And the moon is the gateway to the super celestial, right? So this is how you get into the next transcendent aspect of life. That's how you enter ionic life, is you got to pass through the moon. You got to pass through. And Hecate is the nous of the moon. She is the intellect of the moon. She's the one who manages the gateway, right? Anyway, I'm getting way off into
no, it's okay.
Wildness. But
okay, we'll have to study the now.
But okay, so we see all this time travel stuff. We see all this wildness. Now I'm going to take you back to the personal. Okay, so Ammon shows me that time travel shit. Blows my mind. Well, he doesn't show it direct to me. He talks about it on his show. I find it reading the Prometheia. Blows my bloody mind. At the same time, I'm making this connection. Okay, I'm going through my personal things. Right? Going through my personal things. And I find all these writings I had made, because when I was a young kid, okay, I was very much a loner, was obsessed with fantasy, would write all this fiction, me and my brother would talk about this fiction all the time. I find a character that I made up as a kid in my daydreams. Okay. This character is called a man. He's given up his name and he's become a monk of the Mother Earth, dedicated to fighting across time through the changing of cycles. And he's tattooed all over every inch of his body the names of God in various ways. And he has a shaved head and calls himself a man. I wrote this when I'm 14 years old. I had forgot about this for 20 years or more and just pulled it out. It's just like, what the hell is going on? And
And you
so
connected with,
I
did you
mentioned
at
this.
you're on the
And
spot, like, okay, I remember I did this,
I thought
and
about
when
this
you,
and was thinking about this. And you know what it was? Is that I dreamt about this character as a child. I
Mhm.
believe that Ammon came to me in my dreams, not in my present, as a child,
Okay. Do
as a
you,
kid.
can I ask you, well, yeah, if time, I mean, if that's the whole info you just gave about time, yeah, yeah,
I
you
was
can,
set up for
that's
this. I was
crazy
set
for
up
that. The
so that
time
when
is not
Ammon
as
showed
we
up
think.
in my present, I would recognize him as the teacher, that this is the
Mhm.
person I'd been looking for,
Okay.
and that this was a trajectory that was implied for me because he came and visited me in my past, this as his current self in my past.
Do you,
I
can I
believe
ask you
this.
something?
You can call me crazy, but I believe it.
It's crazy. And what's your like current relationship with dreaming? I mean, do you record what you dream? I'm asking you this because to make a bit of a connection with the universe and landscape of the production of the movie we're doing. I don't know if I told you last time. I think I did. We started to do that before we went for the expedition.
Mhm.
We decided to make this experiment, which it became part of the whole thing after, which was record everything that we were dreaming. Just because of, I told you, didn't I? Or
You
no,
did.
you
You
remember?
did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we
So
no, I'm
I've been
still
recording
recording
my
my dreams
dreams.
since we started. So that will give you right now like a full year and
What have you
of
noticed?
it. So,
Has Ammon showed up in your dreams? Has anything wild happened?
um, more than once, yeah, but the crazy stuff that has happened to me personally, because, but I will just say something. I don't know if I can, but I will just do it in your channel, man. Which is like actually is a part of the whole production we're doing. Dreams has something that it was not on script, but after it became part of it because of the crazy shit that happened to not me, like to the whole team. Because at first it was just me. I was just myself doing it as a side thing that we were doing, and we were recording actually. I mean, with camera and everything. I was giving the feedback or whatever, and at the same time, I was writing it. So it's like, let's say, 6 months ago, I already had hundreds of inputs using the AI. So the AI was like giving me the all the dates, everything, like just for organizing it. So now I can see how many times I've dreamed about the same, how many times I've been in the same spot, see the same people, which I will not know before. I'm sure this happened my whole life also, and to everybody's. But as you record, you remember more also. I mean, there's not a night that I don't remember what I just dreamed because of this thing. You are waking up, you're recording. Now I'm doing it more sloppy, but I was doing it all the time before. And I will not say especially to me, but to the crew. Yeah, man. It was a point in when we were recording last year in Europe that it was a bit of a problem. I mean, people was not feeling comfortable in the places we were staying. Um, it was a bit, you know, too much, I guess. But you can say we're working on it. We're doing a lot of stuff that is kind of stressful sometimes when you're moving from one place to another. You have to take a ferry, a plane, rent a car or whatever. And so it makes sense that also you have that part of it. But yeah, dreaming was part of the whole thing for sure. And when for the first time I give this topic to Ammon in an island that we were in Greece, I just give him the question because a girl gave us an interview and she said to us about incubation, and she was telling us about Malta Island actually, because we were speaking about Malta, something I was saying to her, and she started to say to us like something about some incubation stuff she did in Malta. So I said, what is that? I never heard about it before. I mean, I mean, I've heard the word, but not connected with dreams or with dreaming or with some kind of procedure that you can do. Um, that it was called. Well, now we know that it was called inhupnion or something like that in ancient Greece. That we talked with Ammon in one of the interviews. But I asked him. I told him the story of the girl, what she said to me. So we spoke a bit of that, and I guess that day everything went a bit more crazy because everybody had it in its mind. I mean, I'm having the interview. We're in the middle of a forest. We're staying in a place, a yurt, and there's like a small party of the owners of the place, and I had this meeting with Amon. It's like 3 in the morning in the place we are. For him, it's like 9-ish, like normal time, 8 evening. And so we're having that. The party's happening over there and whatever, and the whole team is hearing everything we're talking. It's not in camera, but it's hearing. So it's making so much sense with everything that it was happening with the dreaming stuff that we were already doing. So that's what I meant before. When you have a plot, you have a script, and you are engaging with this kind of stuff, it's a documentary. Things will change, info will come. That's what you're looking for. And this was one of the big ones, dreaming. And I don't know how the director will approach it, but I know there is part of it because I've read the script, the things that were added. That I can say about dreaming. I mean, for sure, is a topic that um, seems like whatever, but it's not because
You know,
it
one
was
of the
part
first things I remember
of
from
what we were
Ammon, him
searching.
telling me, was that the dream world is more real than the real and more important than the real, right? What we perceive as real isn't as real as you think it is. And there's far
Oh
more
yeah.
going on in other places. I've had this weird thing with dreams. So I've gone through large periods of life where I've recorded everything super diligently. And then I've gone for periods where, and now I'm kind of in a mixed period. I tend to smoke a lot of pot. And if I smoke too much pot, I stop dreaming, but
Mhm.
when I do dream, I try to write it down. And I used to be extremely disciplined about this. My thing is that when I dream, a lot of the time I just go naturally into lucid dreaming now because I've trained myself to do this. And, as a kid, okay, this brings me back. Like I told you, I used to have all these dream things where I'd be constantly stuck out of time to the point it got so bad for me. Okay. I would hyperventilate if I was about to fall asleep. I thought I was going to die. I didn't want to dream. I started having these constant nightmares where this giant crow would chase me down and rip out my eyes in the middle of the snow, right? And this would keep happening. Didn't matter where I would, the crow would show up, pin me down, rip out my eyes. Okay. And I'm like 8, 9, 10. This went on for years and it got really, really, really bad. And I even had to go to the doctor and stuff. Eventually, what I figured out was I could say no. Eventually, I entered into this point of just sheer panic and madness. And Ammon kind of hints at this, and this is something that really hit me hard, because eventually what I realized is one time in the dream, I told the bird to F off, and it effed off. It just disappeared. It stopped. And anytime it would show up, I'd just go after that point. I was like, no, stop. It show up, no. And now, now a few times when the crow does show up, it's because I called them and I ride it and I have fun with the crow. Sometimes this energy still shows up to try to prevent me from doing ridiculously stupid stuff. So what do I mean? No, what I mean by, okay, so one time, like, once you start to get into lucid dreaming and explore, start to push the boundaries, right? Um, like, okay, one time I'm dreaming and I'm like, I'm gonna go check out the moon. So I go check out the moon. I'm like, wow, it's such a giant white thing. And then I'm like, I'm gonna go fly out into space. Wow, look at all these stars. Look how incredible. I'm in the infinite black. I'm in the middle of the nothing. What if I go into the deep of the nothing, into the absolute of the nothing? So I keep diving deeper and deeper and deeper, and I'm trying to shut out all of the light. And I start unwittingly holding my breath or something, and that's the crow shows up, it pulls me out, and I wake up literally hacking and choking, feeling like I'm going to die. I swear I was leaving my body. I was going to the other world. I was committing suicide. And that crow is a guardian kind of spirit that saved me. It's prevented
Oh,
me from killing
okay.
myself. That's what I
He was
believe.
watching you.
He also shows up sometimes, though, to prevent you from leaving the boundaries of the dream, or to point you if there's something that needs to be said. You know, like, these spirits will point you in the right direction. You know,
Mhm.
but wild energy. This bird, that would constantly show up in my dreams. And very rarely now, and usually on the periphery, like out the side of the corner of my eye. Doesn't have much to say to me anymore, apparently.
Mhm.
you
What
know,
can I ask you a question?
yeah.
Because now I remember something that happened one day that we had to. Um, I mean, we couldn't say like, okay, dude, you're just dreaming, because it was like
Mhm.
kind of hardcore for the person that this happened
Right.
while we were on the road, and which was like he could not say if this was real or not. And he it was having this episode that he was not this typical thing that you can hear sometimes, like he cannot move. He could. What he said, this is what I remember that he said to me, but he couldn't he was absolutely sure that he was not dreaming, and but at the same time, kind of. But this was happening in reality for him. So he was fucking like moving around in the spot we were staying and everything, because he was feeling that he was being. I guess he was being not attacked, but ants were all over him,
Oh, wow.
and he was trying to like, and he was waking up, throwing them away or whatever,
Myrmidon.
and then he started to hear um, something that was happening outside. That same day, something happened to another of the guys, and he woke up in the middle of the of outside. This is
Mm.
a very landscapish. I mean, not landscapish, like rural. One of the islands, and there's a forest right there, and he woke up naked in the middle of it. Never happened to him before. He was not like a person
Holy.
that will happen sometimes to him. And before that, he was throwing up and whatever. And in this place, we were not, dude. We were not partying. We were not taking, drugs and shit. Not at all. We were like pretty much maybe a couple of beers or whatever, and
That's wild.
and and,
That's
and
wild.
smoking some tobacco. But it was,
Right.
yeah, in a specific spot. And after that, We had a meeting and we left the place. I remember that I didn't want it to. To be honest, I didn't want it to go, but they were right. Everything we needed from that spot we already had in for the project. But somehow,
Oh,
me as a producer, I wanted to stay, man. I felt like I want to see him, man, but it's not possible.
you
But
just had
we
other
didn't know when it was going to happen. That we were going. I was trying to push it a bit forward, but after this night happened, it was not just one night. It was like a couple of nights of like the other day we were speaking about it. I mean, and this happened to me. This happened to which is I'm talking about a place like you will feel like you are in the. It's nothing you will need. I mean, you can take a bath in the river. You're in the
right,
middle of nowhere. The yurt was so. I mean, the guy that had us there, we were sleeping in the same spot, but it was like very comfortable mattresses, everything way more comfortable than that a week that we had before to get to the spot. I mean, for sure, and a lot of the good food that they were growing in the same spot. Like you'll see, like I want to stay here for a month, but somehow this kind of things started to happen to these guys with the dreaming stuff. We were not recording the dreams as we were doing before, but we were talking about it because this
right.
was the
Of
place that
course, you would have
this
to
woman
talk
told
about
us
this.
about it. Well, because well, you have to understand. Like on my side, I have to think about tickets. We have to go. We have to take the ferry. We have to go to another place. We have to stay somewhere. We have to keep filming and everything. And in
Right.
this place that we were, everything went off. I told you about last time also about this place, and it has a lot to do with what the people were streaming in the spot. And after I don't know if this is just to add a bit of info to what happened. Um, the owner of the place said to one of the guys, like, "Well, yeah, don't worry, there's an entity living over there, but he usually doesn't show, so I can't do or whatever." It's like, well, how this entity look like, and they were talking about it or whatever. So you have
That's
a
a
lot of
one.
that. It might
Yeah.
be a joke. It might be uh, real. I mean,
Well, it's one of these things.
after all, you cannot.
It's
What I
it's
mean by that is
mm,
not what you were saying before.
mm,
It's what happened to us.
right,
I mean, I'm absolutely sure that things happen in different places.
right.
Like if you try to search for places, specific places where you have a good info, a friend or somebody that will tell you, in this place is different, man. You will go. It's not like a touristic stuff. It's like something happened here. You can find actually places that are completely. If something will happen in which escapes the normal um, everyday life, for sure, if you stay there for 2 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
And
I believe you can
sometimes
even
also the last
mhm,
thing, people are looking for that, and once
right.
they have it, they just want to run away.
Oh,
They don't
wow.
want it.
No, they don't.
Yeah, of
Well,
course.
this brings up one of the big quintessential realizations for me, since I've really gotten super into the magic. You know, 99% of us prevent ourselves from engaging in the magic by our own narcissistic tendencies and our own individuality, where we reduce everything to aspects of the inner self as conversations with the self. We reject the othering impulse. We reduce everything to our own personal perception, and then it just becomes another voice in your head. Where the real magic begins is when you engage in a true silent acceptance. You allow the mind to run and to just talk at you. Okay. And then all of a sudden, It's like living in a waking dream. And this is where most of my practice has gone to, is engaging into the depths of meditation and then going into this place in where I allow myself to take a back seat and I allow the muse, the inspiration to come full in. And it's wherever my mind goes. And this
Mhm.
wild stuff happens, you know, like I'm a poet and I'm really into music and stuff, right? I composed a poem a little while back called The Great God Pan, and it came to me full on. That doesn't normally happen. Normally, when I'm writing something, I'm struggling with it and I'm fighting over the words. There's inspiration, but now it's transitioning the inspiration into something tangible. That is difficult. But this was not like that. I literally just had this shouted at me by an external spirit, right? You know, but this was just me in the depths of meditation. At the same time, I'm sitting in the depths of meditation, in the dark, in the silence, but also this external entity is telling me and singing me a song, and I know it. As soon as I exit the meditation, I go and write it down. It's like automatic.
Mhm.
It's automatic writing, right? In my opinion, I didn't come up with it at all. And this is something that was just profoundly freaky to me. And this has been occurring more and more and more as
That's
you
right.
engage in that
And
magic
and
aspect.
and and
Go
when
ahead.
you like compare yourself of what you usually your practice of writing,
Mm.
and you compare it both, you'll see like is different.
Completely different,
Okay,
right?
that's
Okay,
crazy.
so like I'm telling you is like normally if I'm writing, I'm it's a struggle, right? I have some inspiration, some idea, and I'm trying to formulate it into words. This
Mhm.
was the entire piece came to me verbatim. It
Different
was not
style, different everything.
it was still in my style, right? It's still an
Okay,
expression,
well, it's
you
you,
know,
it's through you, I guess.
but it wasn't something it wasn't something I had to work on. I just wrote it down. It just it just came out as pure inspiration
Mhm.
without without a thought on my part. You know, people can think what they want. From my personal gnosis experience, this was not me. I did not compose this. This is nothing to do with this is something entirely external that someone told me. I
Mhm.
just wrote it down.
Which one? Which one is the one
The great
for us to
god
know?
Pan. The great god
Great
Pan.
God Pan.
If you look this up on my channel, you'll see a short poem that I did.
Great God Pan.
And it's just a song, but it's yeah, a wild song, right? And this is just something that started to happen more and more. You know, a big thing for me, right, is this aesthetic magic, which is the reading of mythology and the reception and the meditation upon mythology. But what it is it's a form of necromancy. You're summoning the dead in order to have a conversation with them. You're reading their thoughts. Their writing are their thoughts, their words, their perspective. You are bringing the dead to life.
Mhm.
So, if you engage in the active process of reading and imagination, you're not simply reading a book. You are engaging in a teleportation. You are resurrecting the dead. You are coming into the presence of these mythological characters. You're living the myth. And this is the whole point of the aesthete. The aesthete tries to live the myth. This is why you perform the plays and do the drugs and wear the masks,
Mhm.
right? You're trying to live the
Oh,
aesthetic experience.
mhm.
You can do this entirely in your mind through active reading, right? And with a little bit of cannabis. At least that's what works for me.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I mean that we like to refer to that because I keep going to um, my approach as a producer of a movie.
Right.
We try to to approach this because everything we have been talking now, it has to do what we are doing, and somehow it, you have to be able to choose in what way, as you will choose to write something, to make a song or whatever, to or not choose, like you were saying right now,
Sometimes there's no
which is
choice.
it
It's
just
just
will happen, it will
yeah.
happen. And so now we are in a project that it takes for sure more than a year already. It's been a year. We have another year ahead of us, and and it's not the same, but how can we actually put all of this to be some kind of tech, I guess, will be the
It's
most
wild.
amazing
I knew where you
shit
were going.
that we
Okay.
will love to do. I mean, which is very, I know it sounds very like who this guy thinks he is,
Mm,
like it's impossible. But what is possible, I think, is to put that idea. There
mhm.
is a tech. That's why I keep going into that word all the time. Like it's a tech, it's tech. Why? Because it gathers different worlds to it. You know, when you say magic, are you talking about some kind of technology? When you
So
talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
pharmakeia, you know what I mean? I
both,
mean,
both, right? When we're talking about magic, we're talking about art, we're talking about aesthetics again, creation and chasing after the beautiful, the reception and projection of images, right? And this is what we're doing with the text. So what I always suggest to people, read, read beautiful mythic texts and project the image. Try to live the image in your mind's eye. We already naturally do this just by reading. Reading is designed to make you hallucinate.
mhm,
Lean
mhm.
into the hallucination. Embrace the journey.
Yeah,
Really
beautifully
be in
said.
it.
Beautifully
Really
said.
be in it. That's all you got to do.
Beautifully said.
Right?
I mean, when
This
you
is
read,
human
you
stuff.
actually hallucinate.
You do. You
That's
full
the
on.
whole freaking point of it. I mean, that's
Exactly. It's the whole
amazing.
point of it. It literally transports you in time and place, right? It takes you into an alternate reality. The great prose
And you
should
see it.
affect you
And
like
you
that.
actually see it when you're
Yeah.
reading. But it might not be the same if we say
No, it
read the
won't be.
same book.
But
Well,
that does decide the point.
but if you ask me about a book that I just read, I have a bunch of images, realities, places, sounds,
Everything,
even freaking smells, maybe.
right?
Well, I don't know if, but
It's
you know what
harder
I
to
mean.
write
I
about
mean, like,
gnosis, but you can to a certain point, right? You know,
the whole
like
idea is to hallucinate it.
exactly. The whole idea is to hallucinate it. The whole theatrical tradition is all about the reception and creation of the myth so that we can perceive it as a reality, so that we can experience and live it, know the self through the other. The story is a whole other universe, right? This is where the fantasy writers get it because the fantasy writers, sci-fi characters, they're creating their own worlds and their realities, and
What do you
they
think
are
about
real.
what do you think about Lovecraft?
Lovecraft is incredible. So, okay, Weird Tales is one of my favorite things of all time. I'm obsessed with short fiction. I've been obsessed with short fiction
Oh,
my
sorry,
whole
you're
life.
obsessed. So you
Anyone who
love
follows my channel knows
H.P. Lovecraft,
I do. I think okay,
which is my
Lovecraft is.
I'm sorry, just to say
Go ahead.
is my I think he initiated me and all of this when I was like very young. I think
Absolutely.
it's my absolute favorite. Then I understood a bit more about himself or whatever, but what I was reading, like when you are saying you are reading and hallucinating, even though I come from a family from people that read a lot, my mother is a literature teacher, I mean, my grandfather also gave me a library, not a library, I don't know how to say it, but when you like inherit a lot of books. And so I've been reading since I was very very young,
You, you know what
and and
with
and
love,
I took this Lovecraft guy,
right?
and now maybe it has nothing to do with it, but I mean for me it does. Now that I'm doing this project, I'm like, dude, this guy knew something. I mean, there was something, or maybe
Well, you know what Lovecraft is
he
doing is love. Okay, you can explore the super celestial, or you can pursue, or you can explore the chthonic realms. H.P. Lovecraft was exploring the chthonic realms, and he was confronting you with cosmic horror. The reason why Lovecraft is an initiation is because he pushes the bounds of what is perceptible, what you can witness and perceive. What happens when you're confronted with the monstrosity of the cosmic all? You break down, you enter into madness. It's incomprehensible. It shatters your reality. To experience the all is to induce the panic, right? It's to lose yourself, it's to be shattered. And
But
that is what
the
Lovecraft
freaking whole
does.
idea, bro. I mean, the whole idea. Do you remember this when he was going this story of this guy that made this machine to somehow through some sounds he will be able to see the other side.
Yeah.
And he was talking about pretty much ancient Greek text.
Yeah. Lifting the veil. There's a reason why, H.P. Lovecraft has become so beloved within the occulted world, because people understood that he was engaging with the primordial. He was engaging with the mythopoetic realm. He was using his own iconography and language, but he was doing what these mystics and shamans of the past were doing. He was confronting these chthonic demonic forces and presenting them to you in their terrifying visage, right? And that is truly confrontational. For me, where it gets even wilder is like H.P. Lovecraft is a good writer, okay? And he will
Yeah, you don't
introduce
like
you.
it too much. Say it.
I don't like him too much. He's
Yeah,
racist.
okay.
And he's
I
weird.
understand. I can feel
Okay,
that through the
he's
screen.
got some. Okay, I love what he inspires more than him. So he inspired, for example, my second, probably one of my all-time favorite poets of all time, but one of the most magical, mystical people ever. And everyone should stop what they're doing and go read The Hashish Eaters. The Hashish Eaters by Clark Ashton Smith. So Clark
Yeah,
Ashton
dude,
Smith
we will.
is a contemporary, right,
You
of H.P. Lovecraft.
the
And
hashish eaters
The
from
Hashish Eaters, Clark Ashton Smith. I'm actually going to pull it up here.
Clark Smith.
Um,
Yeah, yeah.
It's a longer poem, but we won't read it or anything, but just this particular poem, or The Apocalypse of Evil, okay? This
This you
is
want to read it? Well, it's
the
your show. Sorry.
it's a
But I'm
really
so
long
into it
one.
now.
It's a really long one.
Like,
But like I'll read you the first
okay.
we'll read you a little bit of it so you can get a taste, okay? So you understand what I'm getting at. Bow down. I am the emperor of dreams. I crown me with the million-colored sun of secret worlds incredible, and
You're
take your
mute, bro.
trailing skies. What? What's that? Anyway, and take their trailing skies for vestment when I soar, throned on the mountain.
We cannot hear you, or maybe I don't
Oh,
know. Maybe on my end.
you can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? No? Oh, shoot. Okay. What's going on? You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
It's weird.
It's something that happened here in
Oh, shoot. Okay. What's going on? You can't hear me. Check. Can you hear me? How does we see in here? Okay. Snappy. All right. So it looks like it's just you guys on your end. You
must be
can't
Lovecraft, bro.
here, okay. Snappy. All right. We're also getting an echo now on your end.
Yeah,
man.
it's me. It's my. It must be Lovecraft, bro.
What's going on? We're also getting an echo now on your end.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, because we have the echo because we are listening the phone, but not in the laptop.
We're also getting an echo now on your end. Okay. Sorry, guys, for the technical difficulties here. We're going to try to figure this out, and hopefully we can get this fixed. Maybe you need to leave and come back. Leave and come back, maybe, or.
Hay que arreglarlo acá, pues, weón. No allá, pues, weón.
No sé cómo.
Oh,
Pero, weón.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Sorry.
All right. I'm gonna kick you guys. Come back in and then we'll try, okay?
Sorry.
All right. I'm gonna kick you guys. All right. Sorry guys about that. So they're gonna hop back in for whatever reason when I tried to share Clark Ashton Smith. Their audio cut out on their end. I'm glad that you all could hear us. Unfortunately, they could not hear me, but Bruno will be back in just a moment. So I appreciate you guys and much love to everyone. And while we're waiting for them to return, let's go check out that crazy poem I was telling you about here. Where did I? Oh, where was it? Okay. So we will go history. Where was it? Okay, here we go. Okay. Let me pull this up here. Sorry, guys. But yeah, we can read a little bit of this poem while we wait for Bruno to join us again. So this is The Hashish Eater, or the Apocalypse of Evil. All right. Bow down. I am the Emperor of Dreams. I crown me with the million-colored sun of secret worlds incredible, and take their trailing skies for vestment when I soar. Throned on the mounting zenith, and illume the spaceward flown horizons infinite. Like rampant monsters roaring for their glut, the fiery crested oceans rise and rise, by jealous moons maleficently urged to follow me forever. Mountains horned with peaks of sharpest adamant, and Maud with sulfur-lit volcanoes lava langed, usurp the skies with thunder, but in vain. Oh, shoot. And continents of serpent-shapen trees, with slimy trunks that lengthen league by league, pursue my flight through ages spurned to fire by that supreme ascendance. Sorcerers and evil kings, predominantly armed with scrolls of fluvis dragon skin, whereon are worm-like runes of ever-twisting flame, would stay me and the sirens of the stars, with foam-like songs from silver fragrance wrought, would lure me to their crystal reefs and moons, where viper-eyed senescent devils dwell, with antic gnomes abominably wise, heave up their icy horns across my way, but naught deters me from the goal ordained by suns and aeons in immortal wars, and sung by moons and motes, the goal whose name is all the secret of forgotten glyphs, by sinful gods in torrid rubies writ, for ending of a brazen book, the goal whereat my soaring ecstasy may stand, in amplest heavens multiplied to hold my hordes of thunder-vested avatars, and Promethean armies of my thought that brandish clasped levins. There I call my memories intolerably clad in light the peaks of paradise may wear, and lead the Armageddon of my dreams. All right, Bruno is back. Can you hear me, Bruno? All right, we're good. You can hear me?
Sorry, bro. I'm hearing you both times. Okay.
Not
Yeah.
All right. Amazing. Amazing. All right. Well,
I have a
wonderful.
small delay, but that's when it
we
goes.
can live with a bit of delay, right?
Is that perfect?
Perfect. Okay. So glad that you're back with us. So we were talking though about this idea of, magical fiction and poetry that can actually invoke the mystery and transport you. And I highly recommend that everyone go check out Clark Ashton Smith or H.P. Lovecraft, right? Even Robert E. Howard. A lot of the writers from Weird Tales magazine were onto something. A lot of that decadent fiction, they were all inspired by Poe. Poe is the real master. Ammon recommended me. Have you ever read, he recommended me a couple stories by Poe. Most importantly is Ligeia. You ever read Ligeia?
No.
So Ligeia, okay, is a wild, wild story. First off, Ligeia is actually one of the sirens in Greek mythology. Okay. And her name is this kind of wail, this sonorous wail, this shriek that drives you mad. Okay. That's what the name Ligeia means. But in the story, Ligeia, it's all about him summoning the spirit to come and possess the body of his dead wife. right? And him going mad in this dark castle, and this entity that calls like the dead back to life. Really, really, really powerful magical stuff, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Do you know I would love to use this opportunity to talk about this author. I I inherit like a bunch of books from my grandfather, and there is this book my father told me you should search for that book. Maybe it still exists. You should search for this book or whatever. It's called El Rostro Verde, which will be the green face, from a guy, an Austrian author. It's called Gustav Meyrink. Maybe you have heard about him
I have not. This sounds intriguing though. The green face.
because
Wow.
it's like this first 20 years of the 20th century, which we know is the most crazy stuff was coming,
Right.
like Gurdjieff or whatever, Ouspensky were writing about of the esoteric stuff that it was coming from East or whatever. You have the bunch of authors in that First World War, um, around the first one. And this is an Austrian guy. And I think it has so much to do. I mean, I wrote this book. I read this book, not wrote, read this book when I was a kid, and then I read the book again, and then I read the book again. I have read that book like 3 or 4 times, and I think at some point in the first part of the 20th century here in South America, a bunch of this stuff was coming. I don't know, it was the same in North America. What I mean by this stuff, I mean like what they will call at that time esoteric, or what they will call alternative knowledge or whatever, like it was
Yeah.
like the time that we received it here in South America. It was that the first 40 years or 50 years, but especially during the first part and the 18th towards the 19th, like let's say 20 back and 20 in, then the 20th century. And I think probably my grandfather was very into that kind of authors because I have encountered with a bunch of them, and one of those is this one, which is Gustav Meyrink. He has another book, probably is more known, but I think the Green Face is the craziest one. But which
What's
is
the green face
the
about?
Golem, the Golem. Probably
Mm,
you've heard
the
of
golem.
that one.
Okay, interesting.
Probably
The
you heard
golem
about
is
that
such
one.
a wild idea, right? Creating an artificial
Yeah,
man, an
and it's
eidolon.
from the 1920 something, probably, like, or 30, or I don't know, but around that time, like when all of this was getting here to the west, and to the west for us in South America probably is a bit later
Right.
even,
No, for
maybe.
sure. Are you familiar? One of my favorite authors of all time is Argentinian. Are you familiar with Jorge Luis Borges?
Well, bro, of course, I
Okay,
like
good.
Lovecraft, man.
Right, right, right. Have you read like the Library of Babel then?
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know?
I mean, not really. I could not say that I read it. I have it right there.
Right. Go and pick okay, his
But you
short
have the
stories are
Aleph.
short. Go read a couple of them because there's a bunch. That guy, if you read the Library of Babylon or Babel, you will understand that this is a man who has stepped outside of time, who understands the true nature of reality and has been to Ea. He's been to the library. He's been to the Temple of the Muses. That's another thing. Okay, you're asking about the collective dreams. There was another collective dream that we had. Well, this is a wild one. So at one point, we tried to start sort of like a magical group of people who are interested in what Ammon was teaching, and then we're bringing in other things. But we were collaborative magicians working together to try and explore reality and understand things. And this consisted of several of us on our Discord community. And at one point, almost every single one of us in this community had a dream of being at a university together with Ammon. And this was a mystical, magical place, a library outside of time. And we were all there studying. We were in a place of limbo to learn, you know? And everyone had the same kind of dream. The same community of one of us had this dream about this random church in New York. And then I intuited, I was like, you know, he was talking about it, and I was just thinking, you go, you know, there's this church by my house called the Church of the Most Precious Blood. And it was standing out to me for some reason. I was staring at it the other day for like an hour. So I told that to my friend, and then he talked about this church. We went and we looked in New York for a church called the Most Precious Blood, and we found it. And it was the literal church from this guy's dream. Okay. Just some weird, wild stuff that was going on that was related to some of this kind of synchronicity and magical alignment, you know, and coming in and out of time. And it's all related to the fiction too. Like, I think like these great mythic poetic storytellers are able to tap in to the well of memory. They're drinking from the font of the muses. They're you know, this is why you get these mythopoetic tropes, because they're, in my belief, they're attaching to something real that has something to say that keeps coming back around, you know?
But there's something that is in my mind, man. Can I ask you a question? Why don't you like All Father H.P. Lovecraft more? I
love life. It's not that I don't like Lovecraft.
No, but please tell me.
I just, okay.
There must be something. There must be something there.
The biggest thing for me, it just takes me right out when okay, if I think something is very, you know, othering, it reduces something and turns it into something, you know. So much of Lovecraft's fear is just fear of other people, of the foreigner, right? There is this, when you really dive deep, like, I'm not saying he's a bad writer, but he is a person who is bigoted, and it does come out in his writing. He has issues with women. He's got issues with non-white people, and it just reeks in his writing, and it comes out in numerous ways. And when I am confronted with those things, it often takes me out. You know, it's no longer as fun to read.
But let's say if you read, like, you're familiar with Rider Haggard.
No.
Sir Rider Haggard. You don't remember?
No.
But this is like from the 18th century also. And yeah, I mean, you will find all of this kind of how you are referring to, that you will say, dude, you cannot read this. Is racial stuff going on there, you know, like, obviously, but not that is bad. But I mean, like, we're reading a fantasy story, you know. I mean, you can, you know. So what I'm trying to say, like, that this is the only reason why I go back to Lovecraft, because we know he was like not a normal person. Her mother was kind of making him wear like girl clothes, and all of that. Okay, we know that crazy stuff was going on in New England.
My biggest thing with Lovecraft, honestly, but
the point
is that I read his stories, and they're not as good as Clark Ashton Smith.
Okay, I will read him. I will. I will absolutely go on it, but I will send you a specific
Okay.
Lovecraft stuff,
Oh, I'll read anything
and
you
you
send.
tell me if that is not
I probably
related
read
with
it.
everything we have been, because this is not that I'm trying to do this thing,
Right.
it's like because I was such a fan when I was a kid, because when I was a kid I'm not thinking about who the person is, I'm just
Oh
reading a
no, for
story.
sure. For
So
sure.
so
Oh, there's no
now I
judgment.
see, which I have like the full collection of him,
Mhm.
because when I was a kid, I love it so much. So my family was buying to me the stuff he was doing because I was asking for it. So I still have it. So sometimes I go and I say, what I just heard about this auratus. I I wrote about that. I have seen this before. It was this guy. Do I go search? So that's what I was saying. I mean, I'm
Right.
not saying anything about the person. I'm just saying, like,
Well, he's clearly
in this
tapping into
time
something.
frame, in this time frame of the
Mhm.
20th century, let's say, like we were saying before, like 18th to 20, 30 years, 40 years, whatever, we had a lot of stuff that was coming here that is quite related with it in a different disguise or in a different way of saying it. I'm absolutely sure that some of those fantasies, histories,
You know,
whatever.
I look at a lot of this as cyclical, and what I see is that we get, okay, the Renaissance, and then the Renaissance transforms into sort of romanticism with Goethe and with Byron, and then the romanticism turns into sort of decadence, okay? And by in the decadence, this is where you get into H.P. Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith. So they are now, you know, you've
Oh
gone
yeah,
through
it's true. It's true.
romanticism, the birth of horror, and now you've come into the height of decadence. So
It's true.
this is where that mystical, magical tradition leads you. These are the people who are building on a 100, 200-year tradition at this point, and they're taking it to its absolute aesthetic ideal, right? This is the Apollonian path happening. And then it starts to become too decadent, too removed from itself. And then that whole genre kind of falls apart. We lose it in the modern age. You know, there are a few outliers, a few outlying writers, but that whole aesthetic approach, that romantic decadent approach has been kind of pushed to the wayside. It's fallen out of its cyclical favor. It's run to its peak and come down again, you
Mhm.
know?
But let's
It
do let's
needs
do
to come back.
a commitment, bro. I will
Mm,
send you a specific
mm,
of H.P. Lovecraft, which
okay,
is not very long. You send me one. We read it
sure.
and we talk. Will you be, dude? I think that nobody has read. I mean, everybody has read Lovecraft, but this one is so, it's very short. But I was talking with Ammon the last time in the fourth, and he was talking about the Oratos on their way that you have to behave or whatever. Even before when we were talking about Mithras and everything
Right.
regarding with that, and I think that this is the craziest way I ever have encountered a 20th century guy trying to, because I'm absolutely sure he
Send
knew
it to
what he
me
was
and
talking
let's
about.
let's do it. Let's do it. You
And
know,
this is like, this is a guy from the from 1910, 20,
right.
30.
Yeah, right, right. You know, but yeah, I do believe that HP was tapping into something real. I think all those decadent writers were tapping into something real. You know, there's a real magical tradition that was unfolding there, you know. Um, and it's something that's truly wild, you know. It makes me think of HP reminds me a lot of another writer I really like, who's also someone who's despised for good reason. And that is this guy here.
But it's cool
Um,
to, it's cool to
Lord
write.
Bulwer Lytton. Lord Bulwer Lytton. So Lord Bulwer Lytton, you know, was a British lord, maybe an occultist. Most people believe he wasn't. But he writes some wild fiction. He writes this book, Zanoni, which becomes really taken up by the Rosicrucians and the Masons. People think that it's a real magical text. He writes another book, which even has a wider insane impact, which is called Vril, the Coming Race, which talks about this underground serpent magical race of people who have this superpower, kind of electric like magic, lightning like magic, and they're going to come from the subterranean and replace us. And people like Blavatsky actually said that this guy was tapping into something real and said that he was legit. You know, Ammon actually told me to read Lord Bulwer Lytton. And when he first told me to read
Okay.
Lord Bulwer Lytton, I was like, man, the guy who's loved by the Nazis and by the Theosophists, the guy who had his wife committed, like, I'm not gonna, like, this is gross. But you know, you read this stuff and the stories are wild, but you know, the author is a psycho. Another one, perfect example, would be the Marquis de Sade. The Marquis de Sade,
Oh yeah.
okay, right? 120 Days of Sodom is the hardest thing I've ever attempted to read. I will never finish it. I won't never bother. I got all that I needed to get out of it. This text is all about shattering your reality and breaking you free of Themis. This is what happens when you engage the rites. What do the rites do to you? They turn you into a Marquis de Sade. That's what they do to you, the perverted Christian rite. And that's what it shows, you know? So there's a reason why we engage with these writers, right? They give you a glimpse into a very real human experience. But these are not nice ones. These are not things I want to revel in. These are not good people, you know? But
Yeah, I
they
mean,
are people who tapped into something magical and real. And I put HP less than those guys. He's not as bad as those guys, but he's still one of these off weirdo characters, you know,
mhm.
who was
Oh,
tapping
but
into
in a
something real.
way, uh, it's more about what you are creating.
Oh, of course. Of course. The magic
You,
is what's important,
I don't mind about the guy
right? Right.
if
Well,
the
yeah,
if the stuff's cool, you know?
right. It's
But
one
it
of these
depends.
things.
You
It
can
depends.
mind, you can mind, and that's
I
yeah,
think you
of course.
gotta, you know, it's like I love Crowley, you know, but I'm also
Mhm.
hypercritical of Crowley,
Yeah,
right?
we know he
He
was
was
not the nicest guy.
no, not the nicest guy at all. And he's certainly engaged in all. People will defend him, you know, like I get in fights with my friend Shay all the time over Crowley because she loves
I
him.
don't
And
know
I'm,
much about
yeah,
him, but I
he's a
just know
wild
like
character.
the well, I have some of the books, but I will not ever say that I know who Crowley means or nothing because I don't understand the way he's writing or doing. I
Right.
just I have received some gifts. Somehow, some people think that I will be able to read it, but I'm not. But I understand a bit of the you know like the whole um Crowley idea. I'm sorry that I'm detaining myself on it, but it's like we were actually talking about it a couple of hours ago. Like this friend of ours that is working with us now, he got this book and she was like, okay, this book is some magic or whatever, it's some cool magic. And then my brother told me, yeah, it's an Asterly Crowley book, man. And she doesn't even know who Asterly Crowley is, you know, and nobody knows in a way. So you will go and you will get an Asterly Crowley, and people are talking about Aleister Crowley, like using the word and the name. I mean, like they know, but I think there's not much that you can know actually very superficial about it, about him. I mean, I've heard it all my life, and I know nothing about him more than a song from Ozzy Osbourne. I've been reading him, you know,
Well, you know, I
his
did the deep dive
poetry.
on him in university, right? I'm no expert by any means, but I have a general, pretty good understanding of him. And he was a rich British aristocrat
Okay,
who was incredibly well read and obsessed with the magic and the occult worlds. Now, he may have been a spy for the British crown, but he certainly was a weirdo artist, and he engaged his life as a weirdo artist. He was a poet, a magician. He was a member of the Golden Dawn. He comes to fame because so the Golden Dawn is a Masonic Christian magical organization, and they practice a form of Christian magic that's derived from the Kabbalah, from John Dee, from the works of Alpheus Levi and others. Crowley masters the program. He's a scholar extraordinaire. He figures it all out. He ascends to the highest ranks. He confronts the master of the Golden Dawn tradition. He's like, I need more. Where's there more? I've completed all your grades. What else is there? And then he's confronted with this idea, well, there's these ascended masters somewhere in the astral magic that you have to go confront. And he's forced to confront the fact that this McGregor Mathers person is a person, and not, and there's nothing more he can teach him. He reaches the limits of this. And at the same time, Crowley is a psycho, and he may have also been a spy, like sent there to undermine the Golden Dawn. But what he winds up doing is he reveals their secrets. He publishes freely all of their ideas, and this is a huge controversy. And he decides that he's going to start his own magical organization, which is which eventually develops into the AA, and eventually he winds up developing his own whole religious system. He takes that Golden Dawn magic and he goes off on his own trip. He winds up in Egypt with his wife Rose, and while in Egypt, he has a transcendental experience where he meets a divinity. And sometimes this divinity is his personal highest muse. Sometimes it's this Lucifer analogous character. Sometimes it's just a matter of his psyche. It depends on when Crowley's writing, right?
And do
this
you?
Is Aiwas, right? And he
we
and
have seen
Rose,
the image.
they create this together. They wind up composing the Book of the Law, which is a new magical text that's supposed to define the coming aeon. And this is where he starts to get into similar ideas to Ammon, right? So Crowley is now, through this thelemic magic, he's trying to bring about the return of the Virgin. He's trying to bring about the return of Lady Babylon, the child to come, Harpocrates. He's trying to give birth to the homunculus. This is his whole thing now. He wants to call back the great red goddess. Okay. This is like the overarching magical work. And he views himself as the avatar of Lucifer, the beast, 666, the sun, right? But he's going back to that primordial Greek understanding of the 666 as the beast, right? As this spirit that's sent by the Great Mother to cause Attis to go mad, right? It's the initiating magical force, right? And Ammon is kind of playing around in a similar space, right? He's trying to bring back Lady Babylon. He's connected to the Median magic, right? He is operating as the satanic Luciferian character, the beast 666 that comes to do what? To expose and to reveal the reality, to lift the veil. So I look at someone like Crowley as dancing around what Ammon was doing. He lacked a lot of the Greek. He had incredible scholarship, but he didn't have the language. So he meets the limits of the language. And then the other thing is he abuses people. He's kind of a narcissist, and I think that ultimately that he doesn't succeed for those reasons. But he ushers in this whole new confrontation and way of thinking. He exposes a lot of the Christian mystery. The thing that always got me is that I had studied a lot of the thelemic magic before meeting Ammon. And then I meet Ammon, he's talking about all this stuff. And
you were meeting Crowley.
Crowley was talking about all of the crazy sex rites that the Christians are doing way before anyone else, right? And they always looked at him and said he was crazy. Morton Smith was.
Can I just a parenthesis on that? Because the other day I was hearing this supposedly event that happened. I thought it was the same that you were talking, but this one in the Algerian desert when he was going with this other guy. Do you remember this when he was going, making the circle, talk with the entity, and he then become the entity voice, and the other guy was never the same? Do you remember this Algerian?
So
Who was
I'm not
this guy? Do you
I'm not
remember?
sure which working you're specifically talking about, to be honest.
I'm
But
not absolutely sure, man. This is a question from a person that
mm,
is not studying it. So
right.
do you feel free just saying, dude, I have no idea. Just shut the fuck up. Don't
No,
worry.
all I'm
But
gonna say is that this is, Crowley does several of these types of workings. Okay.
okay.
So within the kind of this magical tradition that he's in, he's coming out of like the John Dee Golden Dawn tradition, right? So within that tradition,
Mhm.
you have a scholar, okay, who is the one who's writing everything down, and then you have the one who is receiving the magic, who's doing the drugs. You know,
Yeah,
Crowley, right? He had
in the
scarlet
circle.
women, and sometimes he has different men who would fulfill this role. They would be his oracular vessel. You know, sometimes he did automatic writing himself. But mostly, he's working with various women who would be his scarlet woman, right? Um, yeah. So Crowley's doing all kinds of wild magic, and summoning all kinds of different entities across his history. The most famous of which is Aiwas, right? But
Mhm.
yeah. But
Yeah, that looks exactly like a
like, if
yeah.
anyone is interested and they want to see the comparison to, some of the more wild stuff that Ammon talks about, there's a book that he has called, it's called Liber Liberi Vel Lapidus Lazuli. Or just if you search Liber Lapis Lazuli, it'll come up. And this is some really intense erotic poetry, right? Embracing the all, making love to Pan. But you're getting the whole Heros Gamos, you're getting the whole rites, and you got like Crowley went to the nth degree, man. He shit Christed himself,
Mhm.
right? He engaged in the croprophilia.
Mhm.
He engaged in the
Everything you have to
spermatozoa,
do.
the eat it, he ate the seed, he ate the feces, right? He tried these things. What he found those Christian rites lacking in lame, and he went beyond them. you know, it's like,
Well, I guess that's what you have to do.
yeah, right.
That's what you're
So
going all the way. I mean,
right. And he's engaging in
but
weird stuff
and
like he's one of the big things that these Golden Dawn guys get into is there's a rite in the PGM called the Stella of Jeu, Jeu, or the headless man rite, and this is arguably a wrong interpretation, but these English occultists, they took a look at this headless figure and they thought that this was the severing and destruction of the ego and the coming into the transcendental phonies, like the reforming of the divine androgyne. And they're doing this magical rite to try and become this, embodied force. Now, some modern scholars are like, the decapitation in the Egyptian magic is not a good thing, and that's a demonic entity, and you're just binding yourself to a demon. So, what anyone is actually doing with these bornless rites is, up for interpretation.
mhm,
But, the
mhm.
Stella of Shu, the headless rite, like this PGM magic, Crowley is in. What I'm trying to say is like Crowley is one or two steps to the left of Ammon. He's not talking about Medea, but he's talking about Lady Babylon
No,
and the
okay,
red
yeah, I
goddess,
understand what you mean.
you
Yeah.
know, right? He's
And if
not
you
doing the Greek, but he's playing with the PGM, right?
mhm. And if you go like very as a journalist kind of work, which is more related with the work we are doing, or
Mm,
myself, um, yeah, I mean, you will find that's what I was just not joking, but I was like putting the H.P. Lovecraft idea on
mm.
the table because it was so much stuff that it was
Well,
like just the same.
have
Which
you ever heard
you
of
find,
Kenneth Grant?
it's not him, it's not just him. I'm sure, as you were saying, it's a bunch of other. This
But
is
like,
like
are
20th
you
century.
familiar with Kenneth Grant or Michael Bertio?
No,
So now we're getting into more modern occultism that's post Crowley. So Kenneth Grant was the secretary of Crowley, and
okay,
he was one of the people who tried to become Crowley's like replacement. And so after Crowley died, Crowley famously, he was so dejected at the end of his life. He didn't do anything. He didn't set up a proper, the person who he thought was going to become his successor Charles Stanfield Jones converts to Catholicism, and is no longer his chosen person. So he doesn't have a successor, right? Everyone
Okay.
thought he was going to make his personal successor Kenneth Grant, but problems start to arise. Crowley dies. Kenneth Grant tries to take up the reins, but Kenneth Grant is not doing the same things that Crowley's doing in the same way. He is a mystic in his own right, and he reimagines the tradition. He moves away from doing the practical magic that we see from the Golden Dawn and from Alpheus Levi and from John Dee. He moves away from that, and he far more goes into the depths of meditation. And his big thing becomes this idea of, on the tree of life, you have the Sephiroth, and then you have what's called the Qliphoth, which is the reverse side of the Sephiroth. So if the Sephiroth represent these ideal forms of God, strength, intellect, all these empowered virtues, the Qliphoth would be the reverse of this. So to explore the Qliphoth would be to explore the roots of the tree, to go into the depths of the underworld, to confront the chthonic other. So he becomes obsessed with going through these dark tunnels of the tree and exploring the realms of the Qliphoth, okay, which is these hell realms, these underworld realms. And in his writings, he talks about this belief that you can find the exit, the way to ionic life through the roots of the tree. And he uses a lot of H.P. Lovecraft. So he saw Lovecraft as a mystic who had contacted the divine, and he utilizes their names as these satanic entities that he then channels and meets in these chthonic realms, right? This becomes so controversial within Thelema that the Thelemic organization has a revolt. They kick Kenneth Grant and his people out, and they form their own sub-branch that they call Typhonian Thelema. And then you get the continuation of Crowley's more pure Thelema that doesn't bring in Lovecraft, right? So
I'm sure
Kenneth Grant and Michael Bertio represent this whole wild way that Thelema goes. On one hand, there's the Orthodox who try to keep it in line with Crowley, and then there are the people who go into the realms of science fiction and go into the realms of
because that's exactly what I think. Like he was doing. He was a writer, man.
Yeah.
He doesn't supposed to say the truth. He doesn't supposed to give you truth, man. I mean, he's an artist, man. He doesn't.
He's a poet and a portal maker. What he's doing is he's confronting. He is exploring the chthonic realms, and he's confronting the cosmic other. These monstrous, terrific old ones. That's what he's interested in, and that's what he's bringing you.
and probably because he found that it was a cool thing to write about as an artist.
Well, he was also just terrified, right? He was exploring. He had to confront his nightmares.
It's coming now. I mean, I think people now are engaging more with him than before, for sure. That's for sure.
Well, and to me, so much of it also just screams of the Dionysian magic, because so much of the Dionysian magic is you have to confront the monstrous. You have to confront the destruction of self. You have to confront the panic and the all and embrace it anyway. You got to move past that surface level image. Yeah, the demonic is going to appear demonic. Medusa's going to look at you with that frightening monster face, and you got to give a frightening monster face back. That's what I learned as a kid with my dreams. When you empower yourself and you give the monster face back, the monsters go away. That's the trick. It's all just illusion. The monstrous isn't monstrous. The other isn't an other. My other issue with Lovecraft is he's never able to make that connection. He always limits the great old ones to this monstrous demonic other, this force that is separate and evil. Evil and that's all just a discoloration in a limited function.
Okay.
You're not recognizing the truth of reality. You're dealing with the cosmic primordial forces of life and death, man.
But I think I'm sorry. I'm gonna just defend a bit. I think he never says he's. He just says he's horrifying.
Yeah,
and very difficult to understand with your human mind. But he's not saying he's well, maybe sometimes he's saying is so dark
He
and demonic,
refuses
but
because
yeah,
he
yeah.
also, I mean, in his defense,
But not
right?
all
A
the
lot
time.
of
The
people go
point is
mad.
like you cannot put your mind around how dark this is or whatever. Okay, So yeah, maybe he's doing it in that way. But it's a movie, bro. We
Oh,
just
of
said it
course,
before. It's a movie.
but
It's a
this is
great
the
movie
thing, right?
maker.
He's able to confront the monstrous. Most people can't even perceive the monstrous, right? Most of us aren't even
Mm.
willing to confront the other. We won't even admit the other is there. He is at least willing to look and see what the F is there, right? Most of us are so
Yeah,
materialistic and narcissistic, we can't even get out of
and
our head for a minute to notice, right?
mhm.
So
But about
it's it's a wild
Snappy.
thing.
I know it's your show,
Yeah.
but can
Ask.
I go back to something that I asked you before, which
Yes.
you didn't
Yes,
went
please.
into about, which I get the vibe that you don't want to have anything to do with it, but
Mm,
can I make that? Because I was thinking
do
about
it.
it yesterday.
Whatever you want to talk
Like
about.
like it was about that some video in my phone. I'm sleeping, I wake up, and like take up 20 minutes of seeing something and then just keep sleeping. But all the time, and the usual thing that is happening in common YouTube feed, maybe it's just mine, but I don't think so. Which it has to do with this. How's the word cuando disclosure, man. I know
Right.
that
The
maybe you
aliens.
don't want to talk about it, but
No. We can
freaking
talk about
aliens.
it. I have opinions, is my thing.
That's the thing. I think that's so important because somehow sounds just what actually what I was feeling, to be absolutely honest, when I saw this video, this guy that was like dissecting everything that okay, government is saying this, vice president in the US, in South America, this guy said this, said that, and just it's like, okay, this is freaking thing is real, this is happening, and whatever. And they're giving you these new videos and all of this, you know what I mean? So I couldn't help to have this vibe of, dude, what we're doing, I have to keep pushing it. We have to go forward with it because is I don't know how to explain it, but I think it's absolutely related in a way that the research we have been doing with Stones and Serpents and this whole idea of the documentary, the things that we want to bring that we already knew as a species before, um, somehow is a narrative that is coming here and you will have to do something with it. And I don't know how to explain it, but I was like, dude, rush with what you're doing somehow. I don't know why. Maybe it makes sense to you. But what do you think about this connection
I mean,
of
I look at
what
it,
is happening
okay,
now and this other
right,
anti-oratos, let's say,
right.
straight?
When I look at all of this alien stuff, to me, it seems demonic. It seems like the entities of the mythological world, right? First of all, I think that number one, our entire modern alien narrative rests upon a lie, and that is that our government is competent and smart and knows what the fuck is going on. And I don't think our government knows anything. I think our government is just as ignorant as every other individual is ignorant. And I think that the demonic forces are playing with them as they play with everyone else for shenanigans, for the heck of it, for the thrill, right? We're dealing with these transcendent entities that have always messed with people. What do the gods do? They rape, they pillage, they take people, they abduct them, they play with them, they turn them into playthings and possessions. They have their way with them. Sometimes they're nice, sometimes they're not. It's
Okay, I
all
understand.
fickle
I,
and
I
wild.
understand, but
Right.
at the same time, like in nowadays,
Mm.
like people are just going to buy some groceries, paying what they have to pay, going to work and whatever. This is not a something that we give a shit when we're doing our stuff every day. But when this thing is happening, like, okay, the president is saying this shit, dude, yeah, there's some guys, don't worry, we'll talk with them or whatever, which is like kind of what is happening, isn't it? And at the same time, with what you just said, how you see that thing happening now? I mean, like
Are you familiar with this idea of lamb? Have you ever heard of lamb from
the
the Crowley
lamb, like
lamb,
like the
LAM,
lamb
the
as a.
lamb entity, the lamb entity. So this is a very famous thelemic entity that Crowley summoned in America. He gave the spirit to Kenneth Grant, but famously, one of his most famous students is this guy. Um, uh, God, what's his name? It's he founded the Jet Laboratories in the U.S. It's going to buy Parsons, Jack Parsons. So Jack Parsons was obsessed with this identity of Lam, and the early Thelemites are all connected to science fiction writers. They're connected to L. Ron Hubbard, to Isaac Asimov, to a bunch of these people. They're connected to the depths of Hollywood, right? I think that a lot of our modern understanding of aliens is a magical psyop, part of a government plan to change our morality and to empower us in a specific way, to manipulate us. And I think it all relates back to this idea of lamb. So Crowley drew this at the turn of the 1900s, before
Dude,
there are any, before there are
that kind
any
of
little
makes
gray
sense, isn't it?
men. There are no little gray men, and then there's this. This is the first little gray man, okay, or one
Mhm.
of the first,
This is the first
right?
grade, dude. Let's say this
Yeah,
is the first grade, man.
exactly, right?
Yeah.
The first gray. And what did Crowley have to say about this guy? He believed that this guy was a human, one of these ascended masters who had lived outside of time and space and
Mhm.
spent their time constantly learning. And they've evolved into this genderless androgyne entity that lives on light and travels and explores time and space, right? And Thelemites have contacted Lamb all the time, right? So
Mhm.
I think so much of our modern UFO nonsense is caught up in a government psyop of control. And I
But
think,
have you seen? But have you seen the? Let's like the official shit. I mean,
yeah,
let's just talk about the official thing. Have you seen the official thing they're throwing like, okay, look at this video. This is real, and you have this real stuff. I'm just bringing this, bro. I haven't thought about this since literally last night when I saw this video that I was telling you before. Like, this guy, like, okay, they're releasing this, they're releasing that, and they're talking about this. So it's not that it's very important, but maybe it is. I don't know. Like, it's like, somehow will change something. And
I
what
don't
the
think
guy was
there's
saying was
anything,
like,
you
he
know.
was actually saying like, well, it's not much change. I mean, it's now it's official. Let's say now it's official, which kind of
Mhm.
it is,
But it isn't
isn't it?
official. No, because my biggest thing is, okay, look at the rest of the world. Why don't the Indian scientists agree? Why don't the
Ah, okay.
Chinese scientists agree? Why don't the
What are
Russian
they saying?
scientists agree?
What?
They're
But you have
skeptical. They're skeptical. They look at the
others
evidence and they
of
say
what
there's
they are
not
doing.
enough evidence. We need
And
to
what?
further study. Share what you got. And they won't share what they got. And
Mhm.
my thing is like, unless you're willing to share everything you got with the global scientific, here's the thing. You want me to believe that there's
Okay,
a
you're
physical
skeptical.
alien
You're
that's here?
skeptical on.
Yeah, of a physical alien that we can prove of as a human entity. I am not skeptical of aliens messing with us. I'm
No, no,
not
no.
skeptical,
But on this
but I think
agenda, I
it's
mean, like
Simon. I
what you
think it's
have like
Simon.
in the news.
What?
Like, are you skeptical of what you have now in the news? Because it's like now it's
Yeah,
official, guys. This is a video.
the
You're
government
skeptical.
only lies to us, right? The government doesn't know
It's
what's
true. It's
going
true.
on, and then they lie to us and pretend that they do. for power. It's all power projection and play. Donald
There's a
Trump
plan
shows you,
there. Okay.
right? He pretends he knows what's going on. He has no idea what's going on. All of this disclosure is happening in the middle of a war, in the middle of a giant conspiracy, right?
Mhm.
Where everyone's trying to expose him for something real. The Epstein stuff is real. There's real evidence there.
Yeah.
Right? The alien stuff, everyone's laughing and no one gives a shit. Right? You're telling me now that there are 4 species of aliens: the Nordics, the insectoids, the reptilians, right? The gray men. Like, this is stuff that's been talked about in the back corners of New Age shops since time immemorial, right? And to me, it's like, this exists in the dream planes. These exist as demonic forces, right? Of entities that come and mess with us. But as physical anything, like, does that mean, okay, the gods can certainly affect you physically, the demons can certainly affect you physically, but they're messing with you. They're never going to reveal themselves, and the government sure as F has no idea what the hell is going on. I'm always of this idea of less. We don't understand it. Stop pretending that you do, and stop like the alien idea is way too convenient and too simplistic. And unless you're showing me a physical alien body that we've dissected and that multiple groups of scientists have come, I'm not limiting to this, right? That's not saying I disagree. I think all these people are telling us the truth. They're telling us their truth, their perspective of their reality. Now, could that be dream? Could it be physical? For some, it may be physical. For some, it may be a dream. It's so hard to know.
But you've seen stuff out of the normal.
Many a time. Many a time. Many a time.
So what will it be so not addressable, like what they're saying, just because it's coming from
I don't trust anything the Epstein class
says.
Okay,
I get.
You cannot trust a single thing the Epstein class says.
Why will I?
Okay?
What will
right?
Anybody will? Yeah,
right.
True.
Yeah. Number one. Then, okay, the other big thing is to me, it's like, okay, these are also the wild Christians. 99% of these people are Christian. All of this makes sense to me when you think about it in terms of like these demonic forces that exist in everything. That we need to come back to an animistic perspective, right? Everything is alive. I don't think that these are aliens in the sense that they exist anywhere else. I think they're all here in multiple dimensions, in the here and now, and in our physical present. And then most of the time we can't even see or perceive them.
But you saw this woman from the Congress saying exactly that. Like, we think this is officially multidimensional. They come from another dimension and they're engaging with us. So, like
they're saying that's what everyone agrees. But I think that right, like that doesn't. Okay, so you tell me that, and as a spiritual person, I go, okay, that's what we fucking have always known since time immemorial. What are you telling me? Like,
okay, perfect, exactly. Right. So that's exactly what I'm saying to you, because
there's no disclosure in my mind, right?
Okay, but well. Yeah, man, it's not disclosure.
It's not disclosure. It's just that we are born in ignorance.
I can kind of feel connected with that idea as a documentarian, but it is for me. I mean, for my mother, for my father, for my family, dude. This now it's in the news. You know what I mean? I don't need that. I'm not trying to believe in anything. I'm just watching what is going on. But what is happening in the idea of, okay, now we are telling you guys that this is real, but in some kind of way or whatever, which it was completely ridiculous stuff when I was a kid, or when it's like nobody will mind about what you are saying.
But also, like, look when this is coming out.
But in a way, I understand your point. and is way more related with how I feel about it. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is that we should put our eyes on it anyways, because it gives you an understanding that they are addressing this for a reason.
Right.
I mean, it might be just to not give you the ultimate answer, of course, or to change the
I
way
see this,
they get your
what
attention
happens when
or
the lie
whatever.
starts to fail
But
though? Okay, so like my thing is that, right, for the longest time, we were able to tell everyone they're demons. You know, don't
Mhm.
look outside your window, don't talk to your dreams, don't trust your own eyes. It's all demons, right? They're coming to possess you, they're
Which is
coming
the
to
same
kill
now,
you,
eh?
right? What
Now they are
happens
saying
though
this is
when our
demons, but
technology evolves, when our technology evolves and changes, when our human perspective changes, all of a sudden, right? The daimonic changes with the tech. And now it becomes sci-fi. Now it becomes outer space. It occurs with the evolution of people. It's just people are confronting the demonic other. They don't understand, and they interpret it through the lens in which they have, which is their technology and the limits of their understanding, right? And science allows us to push it to the limits of our understanding. I only see the alien as just another human attempt to explain the divine and the daimonic, right?
okay.
Which is so other, is
Mhm.
so different than us, right? And that only is appearing in this sci-fi kind of way
It
because
doesn't
this
make
is
it. It doesn't
our
make it
tech.
any less
No,
freaking amazing.
no,
Okay,
it's just as
what I mean,
amazing and just as real. Whether
yeah,
you think it was Zeus or whether you think it was a gray man who
exactly.
came and
But
abducted
that's the
you,
point.
right?
I think that that connects exactly with the beginning of at the first moment I told you about this. Like, dude, can you not hear that these guys are talking about the same thing that I
Yeah,
just? I know that you are being uh, um, engaging with this and studying it, and it's part of what you do, and it's part of your job and your expertise and everything. Not for us, but now I can tell you, dude, is not completely unrelated
of course not.
in the way that how it is being exposed, and and where
Right? We
the
live in a
research
world
is
where the
going,
gods
you
are
know.
playing with us, where the gods are playing with us. They're beyond our comprehension, and we cannot engage directly back. And because of this, there's this huge, ridiculous fear and confusion and frustration, right? And we have lost the means for engaging this world. In the ancient path, we had a shamanic and a priestess
Yeah.
class who practiced the drug rites, who understood and would go into the dream. You could go to an Asclepian temple and you
Mhm.
could be healed in your dream sense. You would die and be reborn. You would confront the cacodemons. You would be brought to the underworld. Now, you have a bad drug trip, you confront the cacodemons and you're scarred for life. Or
Mhm.
these monstrous demonic
I
others
understand.
abduct you.
I
So I
understand.
see
But
the
you think,
alien as our attempt to try
but
and
you
make
think,
sense, you
okay,
know?
but you think that what is given to the broader audience, and the whole idea that is being given from official entities that rule the how the world works or whatever, is connecting with that, or is just like, dude, that's what I feel
So
like
there's this
is
there's a
off.
I have a magical conceit that I have to admit to. And part of my magical conceit is I believe that that which is true survives in the literature. Okay. That which
Mhm.
is true doesn't get erased. Okay. And so there is an essence of the true image of the true reality contained in the Adola, within this aesthetic magical image that we can glean through the texts and through study. And through engaging in that study, we can come into this conception and recognition of that other. We can perceive the other. We can recognize ourselves in them. but it has to come through that exploration and understanding. And this, with this conceit, right, it says that we can recognize these alien spirits. We can understand them through that tradition. And in our tradition, in the Hellenic magical worldview, there are many different types of spirits, right? The daimones, right? They impact every aspect of your entire being. Every thought you have is a daimones. Every external being is made up of daimones. Daimones are the intermediaries of all action, all thought, all reality, right? And then on top of that, you have the various types of daimons, such as the angelos, the spirits of Hermes, the attendant messenger spirits, right? You have the cacodemons, these horrific, monstrous demons that feed off of fear and gluttony and rage, right? When you start to think about all these different types of spirits and you analyze them the way that they were discussed in these images, these aliens start to make sense. They come around for what? For sex and violence, right? And they come around to do what? To empower us in these kind of things. They are attracted to what they can't have. They want our physicality. They want our human essence. They want to possess our bodies. They want to be let in. They want to dominate and control your mind. And they do it by making you think about them, by making you worship them.
Yeah. And I actually was actually, you were mentioning the last episode we did with Histories Inquiry with Ammon, and when we were talking about this engaging with these entities, and he was very, now that I saw it for the third time, when I'm doing the freaking thing, understanding in a conversation, but now after I see it again, I'm trying to understand way more. So about the this actual entities, when you go there, you have to be able to manipulate something. It's not like you are going and just worshiping stuff.
No, well,
Somehow,
if you look at the role, right?
somehow you need to have a tool or some tools to engage with them. If
Well,
not,
this is what we see in the
you will be
tradition, right?
fucking. It will not be good for you.
If you're going to go to the underworld, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Even Dionysus, even the god Dionysus himself, when he goes to the underworld, dresses up as a combination of Orpheus and Heracles. Why? You got to distract Cerberus. So you need to play him a beautiful song. And when you're in the underworld, you don't want anyone to mess with you. If you show up as Heracles, no one is going to mess with you, right? So you dress up in these costumes. And in the underworld, the costume becomes the reality. You put the crown on, you project the image of the king, and the spirits believe you are a king. This is part of the thing with these daimonic entities, and part of the magic of the human consciousness is that you can ascend the throne and don the crown. You can become the Zeus. And when you're in that energy of authority, you can command the spirits. The key to ascending the throne is you have to be connected to the throne herself. Isis, the great mother, is the throne, and she gets to choose who sits upon the throne, right? So if you are connected to the muse and you engage in the right plant rites, you can come into that position of authority. You can enter into that liminal space, cross the threshold, go where X marks the spot, and be that Zeus for the moment. Be that authority that can command the dead. And then you can ask for what you want. You can learn the true nature of reality. The ancestors, when they die, they know everything now. They're not the same person, right? They are and they aren't. And so they want to aid you, and they can tell you everything, right? And this is the secret. You go into the underworld and you confront these ancestral beings who have the knowledge of all reality and all time, right? Because they're outside of time now. That's what you see in the texts, right?
Yeah.
You dress up like Orpheus and Heracles, and you go scare the dead into telling you the truth.
Guys, here's and So you don't want to have anything to do with the whole disclosure thing.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
okay, okay.
I'm sorry that I'm keeping it with it,
You
but
know, I think honestly that, the
it's
government is a
like
bunch of psyop liars. And I don't know where the truth ends and the reality begins. Now, I would be interested in having conversations with individuals who experienced
mhm,
alien connections, right?
mhm.
I don't trust any of their evidence. I don't trust
Have you
any of
seen
their
like these
technology.
guys? I'm not
But
saying that I do.
individuals, come
I'm
talk
not
to
saying
me.
that
You
I do,
got a
bro.
magical story? Tell me, and I will listen and I will believe it because people, that's real. But the
Mhm.
government, no, you got a bloody agenda, especially at this moment. Like the alien shit comes down right now when our journalism and our news is falling to pieces. It's been all bought and compromised by billionaire interests, and no one gives a care about science, right?
But it was the third. It was the third ingredient, bro. Before it
Mhm.
was like what was happening with Epstein stuff. Then we have this. Well, I mean, well, we know the conflict that is going on.
Mhm.
One of the conflicts that are going on, and then this. So you have this three-way thing that is going on at the same time, and but I guess I mean it's your show, bro. I'm not asking you questions, but
I love it.
I'm
It's
just
fun.
telling you, like, we cannot. I mean, I'm doing a project, I know, but at the same time, we cannot be off of what is actually happening in that regard because it somehow has something to do with it. I mean, like,
Oh
it's
yeah.
like
Oh
the
yeah.
free, the how the people think what is going on with the actual living, which
You
is
know,
all about what we're doing. I
oh
mean,
yeah, I'm just okay. In terms of the alien stuff, I would be willing to listen to magical practitioners, people who have my background, who have then had alien experiences.
so
I
what
would
will
love
you
to
say?
hear from those people.
So what would
Um,
you say about that?
what would I say about it? I think that the gods are doing what the gods always do. They're fucking with us. It's okay. They're
Love
taking
it, bro. Love
people
it.
and they're having sex with them. They're turning them into playthings. They're turning them into other things. They're taking them out of time and space. What do they do in the myths? They rape, they pillage, they play. They take advantage of the infantile nature of humanity. And
Mhm.
this is what they've always done and will continue to do, especially if you ask
And,
for it.
and, 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 and especially you go and ask for it, of course. And
Right? Man, it's
okay,
like this is
and
what happens, time immemorial, right?
so when we talk about these aoratos, this place, this
Mm,
invisible,
yeah.
this has something to do with it. I mean, like like. I guess what I'm trying to do is like, or not trying to do at all, not at all. I mean, I will hope it doesn't, but I've been encountering, which everything I'm doing is like connected in a way with this place. Suppose there's another place we don't see.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not able to see, which
Well, you can see it if you
everything
want.
I'm doing has to do with it. Then
Go take a bunch of
I come
datura.
to you with these other topics, which somehow has to do with it, some kind of way. We talk about H.P. Lovecraft. Um, we talk about Lord Byron and this other place, which
Mhm.
physics of the pre-Socratics were all over, and so is this like at some point we will catch with this, and we will understand that you think it has something to do with that, or is just like an agenda of, dude, we will show you some aliens, just keep working, nothing that it will make your consciousness of your own reality will actually be ben, um, nothing will be beneficial for you in that regard. It's just a story we're giving you.
I don't know.
You know what
All
I
I
mean?
know, yeah, I mean, my whole thing, right, is that okay, I believe that there are all these daimonic forces, all of these divine forces that are at play upon us. And I believe that each of us is here to live our own experience and to pass through evolution and to come into ionic life, right? We're here, the universe, this aspect of our reality, this hell that we're in is a training ground to create holistic people, right? What happens when Saturn is broke apart? They fall down to the earth and they reassemble and they become whole again. They learn to confront and to heal their animalistic nature. And that's why we're here. We're in this big, huge evolutionary pot to learn how to be adults so that we can exist outside of time. Because if you exist out of time and you're not an adult, you're going to be a fucking prick. Okay. And if you're a prick, then and you're outside of time, you're always a prick. So no pricks outside of time. You got to be a good person to get ionic life. So to be that good person, you got to eventually become whole and give it up. You got to end your unlimited cycle and leave this time behind, right? That's what the Buddha's doing. That's what all the magical saints are doing. That's what Dionysus is teaching you to do.
Okay, so right? this moment in time
will
not be like a different moment. It's just like
it's a massive. We exist in an experiential machine.
I understand,
right?
That I understand what you're saying. Like, of course, it's a they're not giving you information, dude. I understand, but
imagine this.
Just the fact that we are like engaging in these topics, and I can say like to somebody that will never even thought about it, like, dude, this isn't fucking news now, man. They're talking about fucking multidimensional shit. Yeah, I know that probably will not connect him with another study or with another way of seeing life, but that's what I mean, like this kind of situation now when we are talking about some stuff that it was ridiculous before, which is not now, which maybe has nothing to do with the reality, but at the same time it has to do with changing the actual thing that you will think that is real. For somebody that will watch the news and will say, oh shit, this seems to be real now, so he will not give a fuck the other day, everything will continue I mean, or not. I guess I don't know if I'm making any sense, but
the universe is an experiential machine, and life exists in its infinite diversity in order to experience all reality, and in order to do it all. So everything that will happen shall happen, and everything is going to happen in its infinite play. This is the whole point. The one becomes many to know itself, and to know itself is to experience it all. So that means every aspect of every hell realm of everything, all absurdity is going to happen eventually in enough time and enough space, right? We are caught up in this moment, and these moments are defined always by, the limits of our understanding, right? And I mean, I just look at all of this stuff as an unfolding of another mythical poetical story, right? The aliens are just, it's whether you call them demons or gods or aliens, it's all the same shit, and ultimately the demons, the aliens and gods, they're just different aspects of us. They're just us in other forms of reality, experiencing the all. They're on a higher plane. They get to play more. But look what the gods do. They come in. What do the aliens do? They abduct us and they rape us and they play with us and they toy with us, right? That is, ultimately that's stupid and unfulfilled. This is why eventually, right, all of that alien stuff, all of that commanding of the daimons, why? It's pointless. It's pointless.
Snappy,
this is the left hand nasty shit that takes you nowhere.
Let's say Snappy, bro. Okay, I understand. I'm with you 100%.
Right.
But let's say you are in the freaking news right now, like everybody's saying, dude, you change your fucking life right now because aliens are here, man. We are part of this or whatever, and everything is starting to change, and they're saying
the demons have always been here, though.
I understand.
The daimons are always here. People don't care.
Okay, let's say that. That's the shit, man. What you just said, I can give you now. I show it to you. I will show it to you.
All right.
This is the dude. This is from a fucking different place in another universe, man, is
Right.
coming here to talk to you.
Hmm.
Nothing will fucking change, man.
Nothing will
I mean,
change. Nothing
nothing
will
will change.
change. Nothing
Nothing
will
will change.
change
The
because
person
it's
who
already
just
happening.
woke up the other day,
There is
he
no
will
waking
do,
up.
or whatever happens, he will continue whatever he's doing. And that's Lovecraftian horror, bro.
Yeah, right. This is the thing is that people will never, this is the thing. There are some people who will never wake up to the magic around them, who will never see the divine. And then there are other people who cannot take their heads out of the clouds and are doing everything possible to leave this world behind. This is the, this is what it is. We're all in this ridiculous like, this is something that I had to realize, why someone like Ammon is so important, why I talk so much about that aesthetic perspective.
Mhm.
Most people cannot see the beauty in the art. They cannot go beyond the metaphor. They cannot reach the ideal. They're not invested in that mystical perception and in cultivating the aesthetic experience. They're not appreciating the other. They're not out for beauty. Very few people are. The ones who are get it. And if they refine this practice, they'll continue to get it in grander and more elaborate, magical ways. Everything will become this grandiose story of unfolding, you know? But most people won't ever bother. You can scream at them till they're blue in the. This is why Ammon says,
Mm.
"Do you have the ears to hear and the eyes to see?" Okay, like for freaking
Yeah, I
example,
understand. I
but
understand
no,
what you mean.
like how intense this is, right? I remember watching. I've watched just about every single video that man has put out for 3-4 years now. Okay, following him religiously, right? I didn't get one of the for a long time. I didn't get one of the central ideas that he explains. Okay, which is that Jesus Christ is imitating Circe. He's imitating Circe. Okay, I was struggling with this idea a few months back, maybe about 9 months back or so. And I get a random video in my algorithm with Ammon and I click it. I have watched this video 3 or 4 times. Okay. 3 or 4 times. He just looks me in the eye, says, Jesus is imitating Circe. And then I got goosebumps and I'm freaking the F out. I didn't have the ears to hear, man. The man looked us in the face, told us the answer, and I did not receive it. Right? I did interviews with him. I did early interviews with him, okay, where he just tells everything in plain as Jane language. This is what I did. This is what's happening. This is the nature of everything. Here you go on a silver platter. He told it to me directly. I did not hear it. Did not hear it. Not for another 3 bloody years. Right? Right. And I am obsessively going over this shit. Right?
Mhm.
There's plenty I did hear, but there's certain things the muse doesn't let you hear. You only hear it when you're ready. There's a secret idea in the mystical tradition, right? We have this idea of open sesame, right? What does that mean? What does that mean? The sesame opens when it does. It doesn't follow a strict pattern. And when it opens, it's an explosion of inspiration. It just comes and it opens. And that's how the muse is. You don't get it, and then one day you do. One day it clicks and you see it. And you may have been hearing it 1,000 times in 1,000 ways. Right now, I look over my life. I told you, I wrote a story about Ammon when I was 14 years old. 14 years old. And now he shows up in my present. I didn't even freaking remember this shit. This is how the muse works, man. Right? You
Mm.
won't get it and then you will. And we're all walking these kind of paths. Here's my thing. I'm too busy trying to figure out myself and listen to the individuals who show up in my life to pay attention to any fucking alien. If they're going to show up, they're going to show up and they're going to have a
Yeah,
conversation
absolutely,
with
bro.
me,
So
and then I'll
the
have a
thing is,
conversation with them,
I
you
found
know?
amazing that is happening in such a like like open fashion. and it's nobody gives a shit. Like, man, I mean, that was just. I understand what you are saying, and comes from you have been walking your research and making it part of your life. Like for us, um, this began with the whole project. To be honest, I mean, not to be honest, bro. If I to be honest, I guess everyone involved in the project has been searching for something. That's for sure. If not,
Why
you
else would
will.
you be here, right?
If not, you will not fucking resonate with it. That's fucked.
Exactly.
That's fucked. Because even with the people we work abroad in other continent, that you don't see every day, and you can understand that. You are finding with somebody that is doing something much alike, which is pretty much not what you try to find when you are doing a production, because you want to have everything very tight. This dude will do this dude will do this will do this. So we have been doing everything we are doing with the project, going back to the project, like very, I guess, organically. I don't know how to explain it, man. But there's some people that it was working at the beginning and it's not working anymore. Some people that wanted to work on it, it's working now on the project, and everything has to do with what you were saying just now, like which is there's not. I know that it's crazy that I'm making the relationship with the project, what you were saying, but it has a relationship because why somebody will do what we are doing. Imagine me going to find somebody to go and work with us
Dude,
and trying to
this is
explain
why I
everything you're
resonated
explaining,
with you. This is why I had to
trying
talk
to
to you,
explain the whole thing. Like,
right?
we have a project, Stones and Serpents. So, what it's all about? Okay. Well, we'll give you a bit of it. This is our synopsis. This is what we're doing. Okay, but okay. So yeah. So somehow, it's happening very much alike as you are saying. Like the understanding of we are doing is no is the most important, and at the same time is to understand that this project um, is happening as it goes, which sounds very unprofessional, but you can do some ways. I work with people sometimes for months, or not months. I have to be professional on it to make an agreement, to sign it, both of us. But at the same time, I have to leave the openness to what we're doing, bro. I
Right.
mean, even our conversation now for us is going to be material for us to talk after.
Right.
So, and with the liberty of two things, how we will show it, because we will never get some censorship because
Yeah, we
of
had talked about this
sponsoring.
before. Are you gonna do like film festivals? I know you were considering a couple big European ones, and possibly bringing it to streaming. What are your thoughts now that you're deeper in?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we are doing. We are going for festivals because we don't want any kind of censorship. So, what I mean by that, it's like a worrying thing. Like, we don't want censorship. It's most like Even I have some videos I cannot show in YouTube. We just released Diamond, which has nothing to do with the movie, but it's a song that is going to be is a part of the OST that we released. We were talking about it before, and
Yeah,
it was
beautiful
censored.
music.
It was censored, man, in
The
YouTube.
video was too
To
graphic for
what?
YouTube.
But did you saw something? We didn't show anything. I mean, if we wanted to go crazy on it, you know, the idea. I mean, we show it for kids, bro. But
Yeah.
anyways, it's like it's censored in a way. I don't know why. Maybe the name, you know.
YouTube is
So
ridiculous. They get mad at my class. I post a lot of Renaissance and classical art, and it's always showing naked women, and half the
mhm.
time it's just like a side boob. But side boob is too much for YouTube.
Too much side boob. No side boob,
No,
bro.
no, not
Imagine.
even that. You're right. Like, not you can't show human body. And I'm like, this is classical art. This is high culture. Like, and
Mhm.
this is considered
Yeah,
vulgar. Like, what are we doing? What do we do? You
exactly,
can't
bro.
show this to young. What do you mean you can't show this to young people?
Imagine.
Like,
Imagine we're
calm
talking
down,
about some Bacchae,
right?
some
This is the thing. We
Bacchae
get so obsessed with
going
this
out the
idea of
mountain.
protecting, you know? It's always the same, right? Like the satanic panic stuff, it always comes out of the same thing, right? Like you got to protect. It's one of these things, right? Where like that satanic panic can be it's such a dangerous thing. On one hand, it goes after the pirates, right? It calls out the pedos, which we want. We want to protect the
Yeah,
children. But oftentimes, right, this is weaponized against those who aren't hurting anyone,
that's fucking crazy.
right?
Yeah,
And then,
yeah. It's
then you
it's, it's
reduce someone
force.
to a child eating
It's like a
blood
drug.
drinker, you know? Yeah. And it's nasty, right? This is always what it happens. We vilify the human experience. We vilify alternative perspectives. We vilify and demonize, right? Reduce and
Mm.
ridiculous, make ridiculous. This is why it's so important. And one thing I really do respect about Ammon is that, the issue is always one of ideology, right? It has nothing to do with people. People can change their mind. People are beautiful, can grow up, can do all kinds of things. No one is an ideology. An ideology is something that is either forced upon you or you ascribe to. But you can grow the F up and leave that stuff alone. My problem has nothing to do, our problems are not with individuals per se. It's with these ideals that people ascribe to, with these egregores that they empower, right? And that's what we're raging against, like,
Mhm.
that's what Nietzsche was raging against. Like the issue is with the philosophy and the ideology of the Abrahamic religions. I have no problem with human beings, like,
Mhm. Well, and also Snappy. I mean, like the one of the most important things to us now, like not to us, let's say for me, it's like the realization of the actual how education was working in ancient times. What you will put your um, effort on to educate a person. And well, I have Ammon that told me that, but I have been interviewing dozens of well persons about it.
right.
And it's not that I don't believe him or whatever. I'm not saying that, but this is a thing that we know. In ancient times, they will teach you music. They will teach you literacy, and you will be wrestling and training
Yeah.
each one as important as the other one. So you will be training your body, you will be training your emotion in a way that you can go into some kind of wrestling thing, which I'm a martial artist. You have to emotion is on it, for sure. So I'm sure that they put that shit because of that.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
you have to be literate, bro. You have to write, read, and I found this just an amazing thing to actually put out there, because the idea now is like, our education now is the best we ever had,
Yeah, yeah.
which, this is not about the movie. I'm just talking about my own perception, which is not. I mean,
I just think
education we're
about
having now,
it's the access that we got now.
it's
Think
not the
about it
best.
this way. Think about it this way. There 20, 40 years ago, like especially okay, you went back 50 years ago for sure. You had no access. If you were not a rich person who could go to university, where and when are you going to read the classics? Where and when? Right? Maybe if you have a grand public library and are going to spend the time at the public library, if you're in one of these metropolis cities, but if you're in South America, right? Where are you going to go to
Imagine,
read this stuff if you're not a rich, educated person? Now, every single one of it, like the internet is a cesspool, but it is also a magical university. It's all about what you take from it.
exactly.
You can get access to literally
That's what I'm
every
saying.
single
That's what
Greek
I'm saying, bro.
text,
That's what I'm
every
saying.
single one.
That's what I'm saying. And but the perfection of the idea, which I never knew before,
Mm,
and actually for me it was very interesting, because in my own life, it was pretty much how my father was doing, my the way he always made me train. He always made me, okay, I'm not saying I had that,
mm,
but I have, an understanding that how important is the body on it. I had this interview with this, I mean, like, he's a philologist, linguist. Like, I made this interview for the project, to, like, huge background. I told you before. And we talked about this, and I was saying her, like, okay, but what's the difference now? Now they teach you how to use a computer or whatever. Well, can we know that, how real is this, that they were training, then understanding music, which you are a musician. I study music. I know
right.
how deep is the language, how to speak it, how to read it, how to talk. I mean, it's a language itself, and grammar, and reading, and writing. I mean, is this true?
Yeah.
So I have this lecture from this one, which has like tremendous freaking upbringing. I mean, not
You got to show us.
like curriculum,
Right.
And she said me, yeah, that's what they were doing. It's not what we're doing now. I'm a teacher of language. I would love that this will be like this in Greece, because she's Greek, trained in Athens, but we're not doing it anymore. But yes, you're absolutely right. This is what they were doing. It's gymnasium, bro. Know how to wrestle, how to train, how to jump, run, whatever the fuck you will do with your body.
Well, this is something
How
that
how
has
to
been kind of
read and
lost,
write,
right?
and
In the
how
West,
to make music, bro.
right?
If you ask me, I'm not a father yet. I don't have any kids. But if you ask me, that will be, I mean, I don't see any
Well, like
um,
yeah, no, for sure, right? And this is so
problems with
important, and,
that.
and bringing up the gymnasium is important because this was such a huge part of it, right? Like in the West, we have this kind of view about what is Eastern and what is Western, when really, the Indian and Greek traditions were so married at certain points in history, and the similarities are just so profound. The Greeks had their own type of yoga. It still survives in the Orthodox tradition. It's called Hiskema, right? This is a type of like engaged, strict Raja yoga meditative practice. But these guys were practicing, they're doing all of this exercise, creating these incredibly adroit, beautiful bodies, right? To become the beautiful aesthetic person was a high ideal within the Greek identity, right? And this was about having one of these truly human bodies, right? Like they weren't into the ridiculous bodybuilding. These are about, Apollo is the height, which is this almost effeminate, young, beautiful man who's extraordinarily fit. Orpheus, right? Orpheus, they talk about, ran around as a vegan vegetarian. Some texts say he was a fructarian. They lived out in the wilderness with no possessions. He just ran around singing his songs. He lived in a cave. Right? This is Orpheus, the great mystic of the tradition.
Because
right?
actually, if you let your body long enough to just look at what I mean by that, like you put the body in some stress, like taking it from my perspective. I'm a preparador físico, which will be like a person that will train people to compete in martial arts and different stuff. But in my case, in martial arts. So I understand the modern way of doing it. I understand how much it will be the amount of training in 1 week, the amount of recovery, the amount of strength training, or the amount of potency training, or whatever we need for the specific athlete. So
Right.
I've been working on it my whole life. But when we go to these ideas, it's completely different, because it's like this is what you have to understand when you are being educated.
Yeah.
Your
Right. And
body.
there's all this magic and power here. We even see this too, like in the Artemisian cults,
That's
right? When they're
what
talking
I
about the
think, bro.
Scythians,
I think this
right?
is just mind blowing. I mean, that we are not keeping that. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm sorry that I interrupt you, but when I was speaking with Evina, which is an interview that we are releasing next week,
Awesome.
which is the person that I was telling you about before. She was telling me, yeah, that's the way they were doing, and she also speak to us about how it's now happening in modern Greece, which has something to do with it, of course. I mean, they are not like they don't know shit about what happened before. I mean, obviously there is things happening with it. I mean, they are very engaging with it, but well, she will explain it. But what I mean is like we don't have that. We didn't took that as very influential, like people that were very influated. What's the word? Like
Influenced?
influenced by this kind of view, because we were influenced by everything else.
Yeah.
But in the education system, we're kind of, but not so much. I mean, you have
Well,
nowadays. I don't know. I don't know how it is in well, Canada. Like I don't know how it is. I mean, we'll have 2 hours of physical training a week for a kid. We'll have grammar a bunch of days, and music one, if
right. Right.
which you can choose.
Our
Everything
education
else
system's falling apart here, so
and you can have a kid which physically is not fit,
yeah.
in your class, which you will never have before because you will take part of it and help him to, to be,
Yeah.
for your body to be fit. That now it's not important. Doesn't give a shit. So uh, that I feel like it's very important to bring out. That's why we did this interview. It's like an hour and a half talking just about this, how it's working now, because it's not just here in South America. It's in Europe also. It's in North America. Asia is a bit different. Well, you
Well,
have
they have the same stuff there. You get even within Asia, you have the more philosophical forms of martial art. You get things like Tai Chi, which is both a martial art
but they
and a
give
yogic
more, but they
practice,
give more
right?
importance to it.
Yes,
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
Because it's all
We,
about the cultivation,
we
right?
don't give
They're
a
in the
shit.
cultivation there. We don't care, right?
The point is that
Yeah.
we left it like it's not important, man.
No.
The important shit is what your job is going to
Well,
be.
because this brings me to a big thing I think about our modern culture and something that I've recognized that really separates us from the classical world, right? In the classical world, people, right, especially like the literature I'm reading in, there's all these people who are trying to break free of reality. They're trying to either explore the underworld or they're exploring the super celestial. They're going into the dream. They're confronting the daimonic. They're trying to experience other realities. They're engaged in all of this magical aesthetic practice, psychedelic practice, right? They're not bound up by materialism. In our modern day and age, right? There are people who do get into this kind of stuff, but it's not like it freaking was, right? There were tens of thousands of people who just went out and lived in the wilderness, who lived a pagan nomadic life, right? There are all these different groups. They're across the world, right? Like you have so many different types of aesthetics and people who are just returning to nature, right? This is not happening anymore, right? Because we are so caught up in our material reality and in our individuality, right? Also, it brings in the problem, right? Like about education and about training and stuff. It's because we're all individuals, hyper individualized. Now, like in the West, when we see when our culture, like the cultural other, sees a fat kid, they go, that's that fat kid's problem. They're fat because their parents made them fat. They're fat because they don't exercise. Start exercising. Fix yourself. It's
Oh,
your
fuck.
problem, right?
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
there's
That's what
no
I'm saying,
getting
man.
together in
That's
school
what I'm
and
saying.
helping each other. That's not
That's what I'm
happening.
saying. That's
Everyone
education, bro.
else's problems is their business. You've got to deal with your own shit.
Oh,
You're the
that's what I'm
king of
saying.
your own castle, and all that matters is your castle and your family, right? And this is just weird and gross. This doesn't work. This is not real human culture. We need to be in tribal community, right? We need to be raising our kids
Well,
together as a community.
yeah, I'm absolutely on you. I mean, like, with you, but going to what we were talking about after. I mean, sorry, before.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm not an English speaking person,
Don't worry, my
but
friend. You're making
before,
perfect
what we were
sense.
talking about before, like the whole agenda that they're giving you this new world, these new ideas or whatever. You're saying what's important in the if it's important in the education system to take care of this kid or whatever, or who's the fault of this, all of, or even if that, well, because I think it is. I mean, you should be able as a society to give your kids a proper idea. Not even idea, bro. Not idea. Just get the
But this is
idea
the
out
thing.
of it.
We've
You may
created a
just your
system that
idea.
thrives off of sickness, right? Like in a capitalist system that we live under, the purpose is to keep you sick. The purpose is to keep you consuming. You cannot
Yeah, I
provide
understand.
people with their individuality. You can't teach people to know the self.
Exactly.
Because
So
if they
when you
knew the
think,
self, they wouldn't buy. You would,
Mhm, mhm.
think about it.
So what do you think that this whole new thing that is happening now is going towards
Mm,
with this education idea of kids? Because we're talking ourselves. I'm 38.
right. I'm
You're
40. 39. Yeah.
39. We're not kids.
No.
And but you know, but now with all of this that is happening now, let's say in 5 years from now, all of this, like the aliens are coming here or whatever, it's crazy, man. I know that
Yeah.
you don't give much thought to it,
No.
but in 5 years, you something will, because they are telling you like this shit is happening. They are right here. This shit is going on. So what I
Whether it's,
think
we don't even need to
is
go to
like,
aliens, right? We can all witness the massive cultural change that
well,
is
I
happening
understand,
right
I
before
understand,
our eyes,
but,
right?
but what about what you see, what you
Mm,
actually see with your own eyes? I understand what you mean, but when you see it in the news, I know that it
mm.
doesn't make it. It's not important for you, but the people that what you might be able to see or to engage with, they will have it in this, not the same, of course, but in this idea of, well, I'm showing it to you this in the news now. So this is real. There's something happening here, and there's some guys that are coming here now, which is a reality, bro. I mean, they are doing that shit in the fucking.
They've always been here, though.
Oh,
This is my thing. Like they
that's
never
okay.
left. It's
That's
nothing
okay.
is changing.
That's okay. That's okay. But I'm asking you just about, have you talked with somebody
Mm,
who doesn't give a shit about any of this,
mhm.
who cannot understand what you talk about, who doesn't have anything to do with the research you are doing, a person who is going to work and coming back and everything else is just stupid because life is life.
Yeah,
You
my
know,
dad.
okay. Life is life, bro.
Right.
So now in the news, to that person, which life is life, but somehow news are so important for them, that news are so important for them, like even more than, even if you tell him like, dude, this is crazy. Okay, whatever the fuck, shut the fuck up.
You know, I
Like,
think, okay, my thing is
what do you
that
think it will happen?
I don't think much is gonna happen at all, honestly, because I think that
Shit, man, that's
people
so
are
crazy.
always the same. And it's like, okay, whether you believe the aliens are here or they're not, it doesn't change the reality. Whether you whatever you call it, it's not changing anything for these people necessarily. The world goes on. This is
Because
all just a
bro,
drama
they were
playing
talking
on in the
about
background.
what's going to happen in the investment world, what's going
Mm,
to happen in the whatever the fuck when we release this. I mean, this
right.
is something that that you can see in. I saw it in the news, like something that you will, it will be a movie for you, but for everybody. So now you have this. So obviously it becomes a part of um, um, economy or whatever. So hey guys, we're not doing this because we're not doing that, and actually they were doing the last
My
thing I
biggest
saw in the freaking news, bro.
Yeah, I know,
I'm
but you
telling you,
know what? The news has always been a lie.
I
The news
know,
is
I
always
know, I
fake.
know,
It's
I
never been
know.
real,
It's
right?
not for
Like they're
you. It's
always
not for
lying to
me.
you.
It's not for you. It's not for me. But man,
It doesn't
it's
mean
for a
anything.
big, broad audience,
Yeah, but you know
which
what?
it
Here's the thing.
doesn't give a shit what we're talking about now,
No,
which
but you know,
never heard about this.
The average Joe is still going to do what? They're going to go home and eat their Big Mac and watch their TV. The aliens are just another narrative. Oh,
That's
wait,
so
maybe that
fucking
dream was
crazy, bro.
actually an alien who abducted me. That's all that's going to change. And then they're going to flip the channel. This is what, like, this is the thing when people are checked out, or they're going to go, you know what, that's nonsense and doesn't correspond to my scientific worldview. No, I don't believe the news. The news is fake. That's what my dad says. My dad just goes, nope.
So you that
My
so
high-minded
you
science
that
says
believe
no.
everything? You
No.
that believed everything from the news till he didn't.
My dad believes the news until it doesn't correspond with his mythopoetic reality. And if it challenges his key fundamental understanding of science, then it's fake news. And this is the thing. He'll believe the news is
So they
absolute
say
till it's
demons are
alien.
real. Dude, these fucking guys are lying. Okay.
Yeah. He believes, like, these are the kind of people like who believe the president. They'll even believe Trump. They'll believe Trump, but when Fox talks about aliens, that's a bridge too far. Okay? These are some my point is all I'm trying to my point is that, for most people, this is just a narrative that explains their present, and it's meaningless in their actual reality. Most of them are going to go, wow, that's a cool story. And it's going to just play out in their brain like Star Wars. It's just going to be another dream, another hallucination.
Yeah,
right?
then you will have like some mayonnaise with some freaking alien on it.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so
It's just like the
crazy.
people who go out
I
and do the
cannot believe it.
mushrooms, right?
I actually cannot believe it, man. I mean, like, I've been so much time thinking about it, and then it's like, okay, this is official. What is official? I know what you mean. Official, you know what I mean? Official in the news for the person which is like
It's not
cleaning,
consensus, though.
you know, whatever.
Not
Okay.
consensus,
Like
right?
news, bro. News. Somehow, I mean, you can say news is just shit.
Right.
But at the same time, news are something because are connected with a huge, broader audience than everything that we're been talking about now, isn't it?
Have you ever heard of there's this amazing jazz musician that I'm obsessed with,
Yeah.
named what's his name? So there's Fela Kuti. I'm trying to think of the name of the
Fela
son.
Kuti.
You know Fela Kuti?
Yeah.
You know his son. I'm trying to think of his son's
African.
name. Yeah,
African.
sorry, Nigerian musician, right? A really wild guy.
Yeah.
Well, his son is
I know
also
him.
an
I know him.
amazing artist. And I got to see his son at the
I mean,
Ottawa.
I don't know him, but I know this, the kind of music,
Right.
which is like very funky, jazzy. He had a very broad
Seyon Kuti.
movement here.
Seyon Kuti. Okay, so I got to
The
see
sun.
Seyon Kuti. Yeah, the son. Okay,
Yeah.
and he has this song
Yeah, I
called
know him.
Black Times. And he opens up the song and he goes, fake news, fake news, fake news. Everywhere I go in the West, you all are talking fake fucking news. Well, I got some fucking news for you. It's always been fake. Come to Africa. 400 years of fake news. You're just waking up to the reality. Wait, you are no longer the privileged class. You're like us. Come be like us. Come revel in the fake news. They're always
Amazing.
lying to you, and they always
Love
will
it.
lie to you. It's all fucking fake news, bro. It's bullshit. It's always been. There is never going to be disclosure. You're never going to know what the Knights of Malta were up to.
Yeah, we know. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like you'll be
That's why
given a
probably
little bit of a
whole
glimpse.
the whole idea was, dude, go and die and then come back, you know?
Right.
So anybody will tell you shit. You just go and die and come back. That's
Yeah.
why it makes so much sense. But at the same time, bro, I wanted to address this topic with you so
I'm
much.
glad we did. It's so fun.
Like
I love it.
the whole
I hope I'm wrong, man. I hope the aliens reveal themselves and we have a fucking wake up call because god damn it, do we need it? But right? It's just
All these
yeah,
freaking, this is crazy, man. I've been seeing these videos, like they're releasing some videos, and the fucking vice president said there are demons.
right.
There are demons coming to our earth and shit, like, for us in the south of the world, in South America, this is like, is this guy talking that there are some freaking like demons coming to, it's not like whatever shit, man. I mean, it's like somebody in very important place is saying this.
To me, though, these are
Like,
just more myths
I
of
I know,
control.
bro.
You
I
know,
know. I
have
know.
you read Alan
But
Moore? You read Alan Moore, The Watchmen by Alan Moore?
Watchman,
Watchmen by Alan Moore, one of the greatest comic books of all time. Not the
Watchman,
movie. The
bro.
movie sucks. Don't watch the movie.
No,
Read
but
the
I
book.
know, I know the comic book.
Do you
But
mind
I
if I
don't think
spoil
that
it?
the movie sucked absolutely 100%.
It missed the fundamental ideal at the
Oh
end.
fuck.
And this is my big problem, okay? They twisted it so it was a fear of God narrative. They turned Dr. Manhattan into God. That's not what happens. In the original story, they unite all of humanity. They create a world government of absolute control by manifesting a fake alien other, by nuking two of the world's most powerful cities, New York and Moscow. And they blame it on a fake alien. And this allows the world's smartest man to take over everyone and to imprison us, to create a global police racket. That's what the aliens are in my mind.
Which
It's
sounds
just
very much
another
like now,
really
eh?
good myth of control. It's another myth. Make you free or the other. The government only knows what's going on. Only the government can disclose this to you. There are all these wild species, but we can protect. Frig you. Nonsense. Nonsense. Why aren't the rest of the world talking about it? Until the Chinese and the Indians and the Russians got something to say, until we all can agree on what's going on, I'm not interested. Because it just sounds, yes, shenanigans. Exactly. I call shenanigans. It sounds like you guys are just pulling a Watchman off on me. Okay. You're just trying to manipulate me. You're just trying
Supporting
to
a
make me
Watchman.
not look into your drone technology, not look into your anti grav technology. What weapons do these Americans have? I want to know because they're pointing them at my country now.
Yeah.
Seriously. And that's what I think this is all about. It's about hiding their drone warfare program. And it's about keeping us all afraid. That's it.
Well, can I ask you the last question
Mm.
about all of this? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm asking you question in your show, bro.
I love it though. I
But
appreciate you. You're a great
thank you,
interviewer.
thank you. Have you heard about this 20 years, 20 and back?
20 and back. I'm not sure what you mean.
Have you heard about this idea, which is very much like there's some like very prominent people saying like this is real? Just the 20 and back will be a person. I'm sorry that I'm bringing this to your channel, man. Maybe it's nothing to do with it. Absolutely fucking crazy, but I'm sure you will like the topic. It's like you take a person consciousness and you take it for 20 years to work somewhere else, and then you bring it back here to the earth. So let's say they pick up you as a child, and you went with your consciousness to work in some other place. And this is a military project, 20 and back, and you go for warfare ideas, and then you come back with your consciousness 10 minutes after, but you have been 20 years of craziness. You have not heard about this?
I've not heard about this, but I know plenty of hardcore psychonauts, and I'm talking the most hardcore of hardcore people who are doing DMT and who are doing um what's it called? Oh my god, salvia, but they're taking it intravenously. Okay, so my buddy Dion used
Wow.
to work as an ayahuascalero in
Mhm.
California for the mega rich. So he was engaged in doing some of
Yeah.
these crazy psychedelic experiments with these real ultra rich psych heads. And that's
Mhm.
what they're doing. They're dropping out of time and they're living entire lives in the DMT and in the DMT realms,
And
right?
they're coming back.
And then they're coming back. They're doing the same thing with salvia, going into these salvia realms, living for entire lifetimes, and then coming back, and it will be like 20 hours that they'll be tripping, but for them, it will feel like 20 years. So, could there be some kind of government technology that utilizes these aspects of extended trips? Almost certainly, there are psychonauts who are doing this right now as you speak.
Mhm.
So,
You
yeah,
have,
that's not so
and
far-fetched to
Snappy,
me.
bro, you have been related with remote viewing at some point?
Yeah, so I know several people who have gotten really deep into the Monroe work, right? So
Oh,
Robert Monroe,
yeah,
who
yeah.
was affiliated with
That's
the
a big one.
CIA,
Yeah, we
right?
know. Yeah.
And I know
Amazing.
some people who've had some success with it. You know, I've never practiced remote viewing. It's not been something that ever deeply intrigued me. My big thing was learning how to lucid dream, and that's where I've spent
Mm.
most of my time.
Which I think
Lucid
probably
dream, astral
has,
projection.
probably they are very related.
Yeah. Oh yeah, very related. Similar ideas, similar practices, you got to learn how to leave your body. You got to be able to let your mind transcend and
Mm.
come into alternate states of awareness. So it's all meditative techniques, right? Um a really wild book if you want to get into some craziness. One of the most terrifying people ever is
Please,
Mind War. Mind
please
War.
give us something.
And the
Take
guy who
notes,
wrote
bro. I'll
Mind
take
War
notes.
is trying to remember what's the guy's name? Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino
Mm.
is the
Oh,
founder
really?
of the Temple of Set.
Probably
Uh,
you like that the work of him? Yeah,
no,
I know him.
well, okay. I take him in the same way I take Nick Land. These are the worst kinds of people.
Mhm.
That doesn't mean that they're not brilliant and they don't have something to say. But Michael Aquino is a horrible, monstrous pedophile. He's the worst of the worst, right? There's
Fuck.
okay, like this is a guy who was a literal evil cosplaying Satanist, okay, who went
Yeah,
around
yeah,
with
yeah.
his own
Yeah,
cult,
we
Temple of
know
Set.
we know the dude.
Not a
That's
good man.
what
But
I'm
but
asking.
this is a guy who was involved with the magic, CIA magic, propaganda magic, and wrote about it. They knew what they were doing and it works. And they were using it on us. And he tells you how you can use it yourself. you know? And if you read this book like Mind War, if you read some of these self-help books like Napoleon Hill and stuff, and it sounds like it's just simple bullshit, positive thinking. But then you see it actualized in a character like Donald Trump. Donald Trump
Mhm.
knows how to use that kind of mental magic, and he is weaponizing it, to aggrandize himself and create a
Yeah.
cult of personality. You know, it may not work on me. I may not understand it, but it clearly works on at least 30% of the American bloody people and continues to work. Right? So this is the thing. And he's just open about it. Read his book. It's magical self-help. It's coming out of the Christian magical tradition, right? You can even there's a great scholar who talks about this, Gary Lackman. He has this amazing book called Dark Star Rising, where he talks about meme magic. And Bannon was a meme magic guy. Epstein is a meme magic guy. These guys are both affiliated with 4chan and they're part of the whole Trump ecosystem, right?
And what do you think? What do you think about this whole Epstein stuff, man? It has to do with all of
Oh,
this.
absolutely. Epstein is doing the rights. He's got an island filled with datura, and they're eating babies and raping girls to take their power. Of course. And it's all about creating the elite. What happens when you do the
But
right? You break free of
what kind of
Themis.
right is taking? Like, I mean, yeah, I
The
understand.
Mithraic liturgy, man. They're doing the satanic mass. They're doing the satanic mass. There's even, if you
But you
read,
say Mithraic liturgy, Mithraic liturgy.
yeah,
I mean, they're interacting with what Mithraic liturgy would tell you. Like, you will have to behave this way because you will talk with this
they're
person.
becoming possessed by cacodemons.
But
That's what
okay,
they're
but
doing. That's what they're doing. They tell you this. Read these Christian grimoires, some of these Jewish Kabbalic grimoires, man, from the Middle Ages.
I mean, like, but I'm sorry, bro, that I keep asking you stuff,
Mm.
but how will that be? I mean, we understand, like, yeah, Mithraic
Gilles de
liturgy for
Rais is
us,
our
for
best.
us as a people that are researching is a protocol. That's what it will be for us, a protocol.
Okay.
Protocol, which is very interesting. There is a protocol that is being used for this. I mean, it's not a random thing, you know, but it's a protocol. This is what you do. This is what is going to happen. This is what you will be engaging with. This is how you're going to answer to it. This is the way you're going to behave. So how is this related with what you were saying?
Right. So, okay. So, what we got to look at is that, okay, you want when we're talking about the black magic mass, there are two sources that I always bring people to that I believe are the most clear in expressing what the modern elite are up to. Okay. The first one is called Le Procès of Gilles de Rais. Le Procès de Gilles de Rais, or The Trial of Gilles de Rais, by Georges Bataille. Georges Bataille writes also a book writes two books that are also important to this: The Solar Anus and The Accursed Share. He's all about exploring the left-handed path, exploring this idea of, so we got to understand within the Dionysian magical tradition, okay, you got two means of ascendance and they both end in death, okay? One is a limiting of your magical course, right? It's a purposeful, willful ending. We see this with Attis through the magical castration, and we see this with the goddess Astrea through the self-immolation, or with Heracles through his immolation. Okay. You go into transcendence through this orchestrated, willed final ending. This is the final ending, not the initiation into the mystery. This is the final ending that takes you to a transcendence. Okay. That takes you out of time. Okay.
The end
Now
of it.
there's the left-handed version of this is the ripping apart, is the desecration of the child, is the destruction of the flesh. It's the breaking of the taboo. So here's the thing: in order to experience the all, you have to shatter all preconceptions of reality. You have to face the totality of everything. And to do that, you have to break away from what it is to be human. You have to abandon all connection to the reality of earth and the binds that are here. You have to break what is called the tacit pact, a tacit pact that we all have with nature. Everyone normally, right, unless you're mentally deranged or you've gone through the rites, this perverted version of it, is going to see the beauty in the eyes of the child. Okay. We're all going to feel compelled to certain moral connections to our mother, to our parent, like there's certain natural laws which we are bound to. Okay. But to engage this right is to break yourself out of this. You're no longer a human. You have destroyed what it is to be human. You have broken the taboo. You have shed your skin like the snake and been reborn in a new image, right? You're transcending the law, okay? And this is what they're doing with these black magic rites of self-empowerment and debasement. By engaging in that which is most horrific, you are now capable of doing all horror, right? You're free to live your will. How do you be one of these horrific billionaires capable of reducing people to playthings? Well, you have to live a life and engage in a magical practice that turns you into this, right?
Mhm.
You got to burn away your humanity. You got to burn that away and become divine, right? Right? This is what they're engaged in. This is what they're engaged in. And you can read about this through the works of George Bataille. He explains to you what's going on. Gilles de Rais is engaged in this debauchery with the children, with the virgins, the youth at their most prime, that which is most loved and sacred, right? They're eating the fetuses, they're ripping them apart. They're engaged and they're ripping each other apart. Ultimately, they want to die too, right? Because the final end, to be ripped apart. Look at Orpheus. Orpheus transcends through his destruction. By breaking the taboo and being ripped apart by the Maenads, he achieves an apotheosis. He becomes the oracular vehicle, the head. Two sides of the same pole here, right? You can achieve it through that pursuit of the purity, or you can achieve it through the pursuit of the debauchery, right? Two sides of the same coin. And this is what you see. And George Bataille is going to break it down for you in a philosophical sense. If you want to see it in a very kind of real sense, you want to check out the Club Dumas, the Club Dumas, and that is by, I'm trying to remember, Arturo Perez Reverte. And this book is just going to lay it all out for you, what these obsessive rich people are looking for in trying to gain that
Mhm.
power, trying to gain that magic, to break free of the law, to do what they will, right? That's what it's about. That's what Epstein's doing. He's trying to
Well,
turn himself into the demiurge. Also, like Elon Musk tells you this verbatim. Peter Thiel tells you this verbatim. These billionaires are telling you what they're doing. They're trying to create God in the machine. They're trying to subjugate women. They're trying to manifest a reality in only which that patriarchal masculine exists as the absolute authority in which we all suffer, right? We're all playthings within their dream. When 4chan got leaked, some people believe they found Elon Musk's account, his supposed anonymous account, because it turns out that no one on 4chan was anonymous on the back end. And when they released his information, he has this twisted fetish where he wants to be the demiurge and he wants to create a matrix in which we're all slaves in his mind and he gets to play with us as his toys. This is the dream of the elite. And when they go through the rite, they become an aspect of that one image. They're all imitating this corrupted, pederastic, masculine authority. And that's what they're all becoming. That's what they're all striving to. That's where it's all leading. And that's that parody, right? That's that Saturnian other. That's the current Zeus that's become corrupted, that now must be castrated for the cycle to continue because it's now consuming its children, trying to stop time. It's become a virus that won't exist until everything is only itself and everything else dies or is enslaved.
it's amazing, brother. Can I just, bro, can I ask you
Yeah.
last thing? I'm sorry,
Mhm.
man, that I'm asking you, but
I love it.
there's a lot of stuff that we're engaging with and we want to know. So, or know a bit what we're talking about, you know? And it's about, do you remember the last time we were talking? And I was telling you about this is an historical stuff, but it has to do with this guy that was doing this whole. Um, he was talking about this whole idea of the Solabusca, and do you remember?
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah. I
think I
know who
think
you're
that
talking about.
you have it in
Mark
your
Adams,
channel.
Peter Mark Adams, who wrote the book on the Solabusca. Brilliant scholar.
Which yeah, it's amazing, man. I was hearing him again the other day because he was doing he gives you so much of historical setup for it in when like Roman Empire last time, let's say, Byzantium or Imperio Bizantino, it would be in Spanish. He was going, and they were going to Italy, and they create this stuff, and he made all of this research on how they were bringing up this whole idea of it, and they were using it in some way that seems like pretty much what you are saying now, like in Italy, in Venice, they make this solabusca, and somehow there were there was some encrypted knowledge on it, very sophisticated, and how to make this tarot, which is the first one, as he was saying, the tarocchi
Right.
in Ferrara in Italy, because they were trying to. I mean, they were not trying. I guess they were doing it like.
Oh yeah, it's brutal. Like you can look at that. Okay, for example, Lady Babylon, the strength card in the Solabusca Tarot. I actually have the Solabusca Tarot right here. I'm going to try to find a card because the Lady
You have it
Babylon
right
card,
there, bro.
yeah, I got the Solabusca right here. This was a
That's
gift from
amazing, man.
Hupomeno in the chat, actually.
I cannot
So,
believe that you have it right there, man. And
yeah.
I just wanted to ask you about it.
I'm the tarot nerd, and you know my friends keep me well stocked with tarot cards. People keep sending them to me, but I'm going to find you a very specific card. So the strength card in the tarot.
Strength.
Okay. So here we go. The strength card in the tarot, and look who it is. This is Nerone Caesar.
Neron.
Okay, Nero, and they got the head of Orpheus on a stick. Lady Babylon in this tarot is Nero, the vampire, the one who goes out in the streets and beats random people and kills them for fun, drinks their blood for fun. Okay. He has the head of the oracular muse himself, Orpheus, on a fucking stick. Right? This is serious, horrific black magic. That's what the Solabusca is. It's that Saturnian Christian death cult, because we got to understand, okay, the Saturnian magic is Circe magic. So when Ammon tells you that Jesus is wearing the face of Circe, what does that mean? It means that Jesus is imitating the vampire and is utilizing that magic. They're turning us into pigs and keeping us from the light of the moon. That's what Circe does. She keeps you bound in hell, and she brings out your true essence. And Jesus and the Christian cult have designed this to reduce us to tyrants, to keep us literal rapist pigs, to make us into these patriarchal manosphere assholes. That's literally what it's all about, to turn us all into Elon Musk's and Peter Thiel's, these absolute wretched, horrific people.
That's where I'm bringing that because he made like the work he does, like he's saying that these pre-Socratic ideas were bypassing everything that happened, or not like the pre-Socratic ideas were bad inherently, of course, but bypassed this whole Christian
We have to
persecution
understand
of
all of
everything
this.
different, because this is a moment that you cannot think whatever you want. I mean, you will be persecuted if you are doing something crazy, but in the top spheres of education of the elites, they were actually not engaging with the same as the common people, and they were doing something different, which somehow he talks about Platon, how Platon
Pluton. You're talking about, okay, so you're
Pluton.
talking
How
about
is it?
Gemistos
In Spanish, you say
Plethon, sorry,
Platon.
Gemistos Plethon, who is a Neoplatonic writer. They were
Who
Byzantine Greek who
they
fled to
brought,
Italy. Yeah.
who they
They
who
occur in the
was the
Salabustas
teacher
era.
and they brought
Mhm.
this to Europe after the fall of the Byzantine Empire, and it becomes something very in the midst, and everybody supposedly is engaging in some kind of religion, but
Mhm.
not them, but not
Right.
and he talks about how they create this. I'm asking you this.
There's Gemistos right there in the
Oh, and
Solabuska.
that's the
That's
guy.
his face as the Nine of Cups. Right? This deck is
And
so
how?
esoteric.
What do you think about his work? Like he was trying
He's a worshiper of Helios,
to
of the
to give
Earth
an
Lord,
interpretation of all of them.
Poseidon.
I was hearing the other day how he was interpreting the cards of the tarot, the taroki, and how it was very Saturnian in some way, and how it is a mechanism. It's not just you know.
Okay, imagine again, all right? After you do these rites and you break free of the law, you break free of the bounds of the earth, and your goal is to become the demiurge, to empower yourself and to achieve wealth on earth. Okay.
Mhm.
That's what this is about. The Saturnian magic is about the here and the now, right? It's about this world, about empowering ourselves here. So you break free of the law, and then what do? You engage in the magic of empire. And that is what we see here. This deck is designed to create the modern West, to manifest the slave trade, to manifest colonialism, to develop capitalism, the banking systems,
Yeah.
capital itself. Like we have the scholar David Graeber. There's this incredible book that you should all check out too. I got it here. The Dawn of Everything, The Dawn of Everything by David Graeber and David Wengrow. And this book talks about the transition from the matriarchal, egalitarian, tribal societies into the beginnings of patriarchal agriculture. And it doesn't start how most people think with just the arrival of agriculture. It really begins with the development of piracy, the abduction of foreign women, and the creation of a human trafficking slave trade. This is the beginning of real empowered patriarchy and the ending of the matriarchal egalitarian
Mhm.
system. And it's this system
This
that,
is like 1,400.
yeah, well, we're talking about, before the Bronze Age, even, right? This is where we're starting
Ah,
to
okay, okay. Well,
come out
from
of,
from okay,
we're coming out of like
but this idea when
horticultural
you
era into the agricultural era. We're coming out of that matriarchal era
okay.
into modern patriarchy. And it takes a long time for matriarchy to die out. It doesn't die out until the coming of the Abrahamic religions, right? But we do see this grand transition, right? And this is marked, Medea, Astrea leaves at the end of the Golden Age and at the start of the Iron Age. The Iron Age in the Greek world begins with piracy. Herodotus opens up his history of the world with the abduction of women. David Graeber is talking to us here, and he says that the beginning of our understanding of
Show it
capital,
to us. I'm
the
sorry.
beginning of capitalism
Down of
starts with the abduction of women, because what do you do now? Like, you create these mercenary armies for destroying your neighbors and stealing their human property. Okay. How do you pay these people? How do you give them money? Part of the problem is now you've created an external class of PTSD rapists who the world is going to hate. No one's going to want to welcome them in. So you need to
Nah.
give them something of value. So literally the creation of money exists to pay soldiers. The creation of modern warfare, of human trafficking, of all of this, of money, it's all rooted in piracy. And piracy is the essence of this Saturnian magic. This is
Mhm.
what Christians are doing. He's a fisher of men. He's come to abduct the children. The apostles are all innocent children who have been manipulated and weaponized, right? Indoctrinated, filled with drugs, and turned into human traffickers themselves to go abduct other people, right? This is what we're seeing on full display. And then by the time it comes into Rome, it becomes systematized. We're talking about Ferrara. We're talking about the
Mhm.
noble families, the merchant class. The merchant class then becomes the next nobility. It's the merchant class that invents capitalism.
Yeah.
They end feudalism. They create the modern slave trade, right?
Yeah, and
And they
dude,
manifest
like,
the modern nation state, right?
and it's very that's as I was bringing that author. What's the name? I'm sorry, like the
Peter Mark
Peter
Abrams.
Mark Adams, bro. Which
Adams, yeah.
with I don't have the book. You know, it's very difficult to have his book here, but
They're expensive.
I have seen the bunch of interviews about his books, man. I would love to have the one, but it makes so much interesting points about, especially in my interest as a documentary, a documentarian. I'm sorry, like how this thing was not like this happened and then it's forgotten and then somebody just randomly um, will find something. No, man, it was happening under it and he was bypassing it through some elites and which sounds so like when you talk about like the elites have the knowledge or whatever, sounds so like um not believable, you know, like what you will get in a YouTube video, like
Just
you know.
look
But
at it from a Machiavellian perspective, right? They want us all to be praying all the time, obsessed over our own actions, bound down in guilt, staring at a wall so that we can be manipulated and abused. Well, they get to run rampant without morality, without issue, breaking all laws, right? And they get to
I'm bringing
empower
it from
themselves.
one point of the world to another.
Yeah.
But because you have to understand at the same time, I think this is the most interesting thing for me, which is why will elites will bring this guy to teach my kid. You know what I mean? Like you could choose whatever you want, but why at this point the elites were being not engaging in the mainstream arena of um, uh, religion
Were
or
they
whatever,
elites?
like
This
mainstream,
is where you're
but
failing
you
to
are having this.
yeah,
I
you're
will
you're
give
you're
you,
witnessing
but
a transition.
this is the thing. I will give you your teacher.
Mm.
I will give you a teacher, Snappy. The teacher will be a guy who will teach you about ancient Greek stuff and that nobody's freaking talking about, but you will get this because you are my king and you are the prince or whatever. So I'm giving you this
Remember, it's always the same.
Neoplatonic stuff, which
Remember though,
nobody else
okay,
is studying.
you gotta understand is that what this Christianity institutes is absolute warfare. Okay. Absolute warfare and monotheism, absolute individual perspective. Okay. Only one king. There can only be one centralized authority.
but not
When,
for
but,
them. But not
but
for them.
just let me
Okay,
finish
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Because I'm going. So what we see is that by the time we get to the church at its apex in the so-called dark ages, the Catholic Church, it has suppressed everything. They have killed and genocided so many countless people, all the people who are different from them, all of these various women groups, everyone is under their thumb. Now, these people, these merchant class people in Italy, they aren't the powers that be that they are today. They are a middle class. They are a merchant class. They are not royalty. They are not blessed by the church. They don't get to participate in the dark rite. What Gemistos plethon represents is a reinvigoration, a new attempt to gain access to this magic from a backdoor means. So
Yeah.
all of a sudden, they're bringing him in because he's giving them a weapon in which they can undermine the current authority and replace it. And that's what we see. The development of capital comes out of the merchant class, which weaponizes this Christian Saturnine magic, but it's magic that the previous elites were using. They just were using it in a different vision, and one that's been isolated and maintained within the Vatican and within certain noble lines. But those noble lines by this time have started to collapse under themselves, under their own debauchery. Like, look at the Habsburgs. The Habsburgs, who were the ruling elite of that time, have become so inbred and so debased that they can't even be the power anymore. And so that's when we get these Italian princedoms, these merchant princes arrive and bring in capital. But it's a backdoor way to reassert throne, the retake the throne, you
Yeah.
know?
But somebody was taking them
Yeah.
towards the Italy, you know. I mean, for some reason, they didn't pick whatever the fuck, you know. I mean, and he was bringing those specific guys to teach their children of the, you know, aristocracy of the time. They were not doing the same as the common people. They were not praying the same as the common people was praying to, or whatever. They were having this very sophisticated guy that came to teach us something different that we are using in this different way. So
It's also a dual, there's always a duality here, you know, because, okay, on one hand, I look at, you know, as a Hellenic pagan, I look at Gemistos Plethon and I see the Renaissance. I see this magical rebirth, a breaking free of that Christian insanity and a coming in of new ideas. And yeah, he had to be brought in by a rich elite class that then trickled his information down, right? But this elite class sparks the Renaissance. They translate the writings of Cicero. They publish Petrarch. They publish Gemistos. They teach people. And these ideas do trickle down. But these people, it's all about people, right? Greedy, evil people are going to be greedy and evil. And this is what happens when Gemistos comes to Italy. Some people are beautiful and they spark the Renaissance, and the Renaissance spreads. And these ideas become humanism, and they become what we see as the foundation of modern Europe. So there's a lot of beauty there on one hand, but there's also the same magic that is the chains that oppresses them. And to me, this is the same thing as the original roots of Rome. Rome, in its original roots, is founded by the same Circean magic, right? Circe is the queen of Aea. She makes love to Odysseus. She has magical twins who are the foundation of Rome in the earliest version of the story. This is the same Saturnian magic. It's the same energy. Saturn is an Etruscan god. And in the original idea, right, this is the problem too, is that there's a dual image here, right? There's Saturn before the fall, which brings about the golden age. right? And there's this idea, especially in the Latin literature, that Saturn will be healed. The two will become one, and the golden age will return. Astrea will come back. The great mother will reveal herself again, and that Saturn age will be reborn. Saturnia comes back, right? Virgil talks about this in his Eclogues, but this is not the Saturn magic that the Christians are doing, that the merchants in Italy are doing, right? But it's of the same root and the same color. It's all about how you use it. The same force of liberation is also the same force of destruction. Different parts of the cycle. It can be Dionysus, the rising sun, the liberator, or it can be Kronos, the consuming tyrant, right? Where are you
What
in that
what what what
cycle?
what what do you think it will be like the whole point of picking up this kind of magic in those times and somehow um putting a like making putting it in a shade and keep the other people worshiping whatever, but we're doing what we're doing to control them. and and what do you think is the relationship with that and nowadays? I mean,
You
you
know,
think it's actually like it's actually because we
I
go
think
back to we go back to the freaking thing of what is going on now, like I was
yeah,
telling you about, like before, about the
we're gonna
the 80s or
yeah.
whatever. So
So we're gonna have to put on our conspiracy hats for a moment for this point. So take what I'm saying
let's
here
go,
with a
let's
grain of
go,
salt,
let's
because
go.
now we're going into the fringes of my, where
Let's-
things make me uncomfortable.
Please.
Okay. So one of the things that we hear a lot about in the magical tradition within the West is this ongoing battle between magicians, between the so-called Black Lodge and the so-called White Lodge, the forces of evolution and the forces of devolution, right? Two poles that are in constant war with each other. One that's trying to stop time, one that's trying to manifest time, one that wants to break free of law, one that wants to bring justice and renewal, right? And these forces are happening in equal measure at all times. And they represent this confrontation, right? That strife, this Venus and Aries in constant war with each other. Okay. This is the nature of reality, right? And it manifests itself in the magical traditions. Like, for example, right, we're talking about these secret societies that brought about the Renaissance and brought about humanism. Well, for every Illuminati group that was bringing about progressive humanist ideas, there were these Black Saturnian magicians who were manifesting king and hierarchy, right? For every Black lodge, there's a White lodge. For every White lodge, there's a Black. And this is the thing, that Renaissance magic, at the very same time it sparks the Renaissance, it sparks the birth of capital. At the same time, it frees people, brings about a revolution that destroys feudalism and allows for the upliftment of millions. It also manifests the current world order, which is destroying us at the same time. The force of liberation and the force of imprisonment are coming from the same Saturnian energy. They're coming from the same power, different sides of the same coin. And this is why things get so complicated and why everyone freaks out about this satanic image. But to me, it's who's wearing the mask and for what reason, right? That Saturn power is just a constant. This is the nature of the sun. The sun goes through these cycles and the sun will wane. The sun will wane and it will go back into the underworld and things will die. And with that
What
Saturn energy, we got two options. You give up the crown, right? And you allow the cycle to continue, or you don't. You consume your children, and then, but either way, the cycle will come. That king will be slain and the cycle will be brought on, or they'll give up their crown. But it's going to happen no matter what.
and in that idea, why, as I'm taking it from the same author, the idea of the sola busca, going back to it, why it will be so important to kind of embellish it and put it in some dark way of showing it when you have a society that will probably not be trying to understand what it is. I mean, like, it's like, seems like it's
Not for
so,
society.
it's so like it's so like, um it's so much care on how to do the cards, how to do it, for it, for making it so especially understandable for just this kind of tradition of tech or way of using it, because it seems like what he was saying is like this deck is a tech. This deck is not just, there's something here that you have to understand how to do this stuff to actually create something. But at the same time, it has to be so under the radar of everybody. But who is everybody? Who will freaking understand what he was talking about? What is the necessity of, you know what I mean?
It's operating on a different language. It's operating in an earlier imagistic tradition. It's operating from an aesthetic approach, right? This is an entire mythic story. Each one of these cards is revealing to you an entire idea and an understanding. And if you are engaged in this magical tradition, you
It's
would
crazy that you
know
have it right there, man. I cannot
intrinsically,
believe that you have it right there.
right? This is Bacchus, right? This is Bacchus right
This
here,
Bacchus.
right? Right? This is Bacchus in the Saturn and the
Oh,
Solabusca tarot, right? And this is right wild energy going on here, you know. But all of these ideas, right, like what you're dealing with the tarot is you're dealing with, again, this the worship of the eidolon and the engaging with the magical image as a source of information, right? These cards tell a story to those who know how to read the symbola, right?
I guess
And
that was the
and
point
the
of the
idea
question.
too is that these create the eidolons allow you to project images in your mind and to utilize them to empower yourself and connect to certain forces and ideas. You know, when you got Nero there with Orpheus's head on a pike as the force of strength, right? This is you empowering yourself in that image of the tyrant, of wielding the oracular power through force, right? You are embodying that tyrant, Nero, the vampire, in its essential mode as the force of Leo, the sun, right? There's wild magic going on here. And so this
Yeah.
becomes that whole kind of imagery. It's a way to have, their focuses, their windows, spirit windows, right? Each is a window that'll take you into an ideal, will connect you to a daimon or to a divine energy. And this is a deck that's designed to do weaponized magic, to empower a familial line, right? To empower a class. It was utilized
Weaponized
in that
magic, bro.
system, you know?
Weaponized magic.
Weaponized magic. But what's interesting with the Solabusca, right, is that it manages to survive, even though only one deck ever gets fully printed that we're aware of, but the plates themselves survive. And this deck becomes a massive inspiration, right? Because once you get to the most famous deck of all time, Pamela Coleman Smith in her deck, the Rider Waite Tarot, which most people are going to recognize here, right? Through its iconic imagery, right? But one of the interesting things that sets this deck apart is, okay, there are multiple traditions as the tarot, right? The Solabusca represents a very alternative tradition. This has nothing to do with divination, right? This has everything to do with doing weaponized magic. But
Okay,
what
so it
happens with
is.
Pamela Coleman Smith is
So it
she
is.
witnesses She
but
witnesses
I'm
the
sorry, but
Solabusca.
we're having the same 22 archons. We're having the same idea of how a deck will work in the tarot.
Well,
Like,
they're all based on the Taroki, right? The card game Taroki.
which
And
is
then, yeah.
the tarot we're talking about.
Well, Taroki even predates the Solabusca. So this
Okay,
is where this gets even more encoded. This was a gambling game. It was a gambling game that people
it's a
played for
game.
fun.
Let's say
It
it
was
was
a
a
game.
game.
But here's the thing, games and gambling have always been associated with magic, always been associated with the tradition, and
Okay.
that kind of magic and divination would be performed in the temples, playing the games like that. This is why it's shocking when Jesus comes in and he flips up, the people gambling because doing the money, because that's where you would do the money. You would do all of that in the church, right? Traditionally. But what I'm getting at here is that with this tarot, what's so interesting about it is it's a combination of ideas. Pamela Coleman Smith was coming out of the traditional tarot that we understand, which is the Marseille tarot tradition, okay, which is divination and is more related to the Hebrew tradition, the Jewish tradition, and Kabbalah, and a bunch of other hidden ideas, right? But she combines the Marseille tarot with the images of the Solabusca tarot because she had access to them at the library or at the museum in London. And we get this, which becomes our modern tarot and the inspiration for just about all modern tarot decks, right?
Mm.
And this is a consummation of both. It takes that Solabusca magic and brings it in iconographically into the tarot, So there's a lot of wild stuff going on with the tarot. And, that
Yeah, I'm sure.
Solabusca
I'm
stuff
also sure, bro.
stays as a major influence, even though it's so obscure, right? I read though, Shay. I just finished reading Pamela Coleman Smith's biography, and she was the designer, and she went and witnessed the Solabusca tarot and incorporated the Solabusca images into her tarot deck, which is what I'm talking about, and that is what's important, not A.E. Waite in this particular regard. Yeah, she's the artist who chose the iconography, which came from the Solabusca,
Amazing,
which she
amazing.
witnessed at the museum in London. So wild stuff, right? So that was the point I was making there. But yeah.
No, beautiful, bro. I mean, I'm sorry that I'm drifting to
No, it's great.
some other
But we
stuff,
should
but
start to wind down here, bring things back onto track. What are you up to in the future? What do you got planned? What's your next big release for the channel? You mentioned you're doing this amazing interview with
okay, yeah.
Athena. You got
Sure,
more
let's go.
histories inquiry. What's happening here?
No, I'll try to go back to it, bro. But this has been amazing. Thank you
Love
so
chatting
much
with you.
for
So much
that.
fun. Yeah.
And well, I will tell you what are up to. I mean, right now we are recording here in Chile. We are making some stuff from June till August that we have planned of some recreations here in Chile for the movie. At the same time, we have a side project that is going to be released in our YouTube channel because, well, as you can already like see, we are doing some work on YouTube, like the Histories Inquiry series and all of that, because we understood
It's
that
amazing.
we will need some more time, and we thought that it is very important for us to give some info, which is so. I mean, how can I put this? It's like the topics are known. Everybody knows about everything we're talking about in our movie. Everybody have heard about Greece. Oh, you know what I mean. We all have heard about it, even me before I went into this project. But the thing is, okay, man, but we would like to show you what we're doing as we're actually engaging with. So that's why this history inquiry series was released, and that was the whole point, to give a bit of background of with somebody who knows what he's talking about. And right now we are working on recreations. We have another scheduled um what's the word, we're going abroad again. We didn't thought that we were going, but we kind of need to. So
Mhm.
we are doing another expedition this year.
Oh, wow.
This is all of this is my everyday issue, like how, but we're making it, and we're working with Chilean um, actors, producers, and everything. We're the thing is, we had a project that it was very clear at the beginning, which is now very clear also, but it's completely different. So we have long time ahead of us with doing the Stones and Serpents movie, but it's like an everyday work, and we're doing another expedition in a couple of months.
So where do you plan to actually go for this next expedition?
Turkey.
Oh, wow. Where, like, are there any places specific? Are you going to visit like the Pontic areas of Turkey? Are you going to go to Artemis at Ephesus? What's your goal? You know?
Well, I will give you, as we are being talking as friends here, man.
Right,
I
right,
will
right.
I will let you know
Still a work
reality
in
of it.
progress.
Reality of it. No, no, no. We are going. We know what we want to shoot,
Oh, wow.
but we're traveling in a week,
Oh, wow.
and
So amazing.
yeah, and because we have different ways that we can do this. We are doing it from the approach of the movie we are doing. Me as a producer, I have to find different ways to actually get people interested on. So we have people interested from the research, scenery, arts, music, or whatever. So now I'm working on this new expedition we are doing, which has to do with something that we do uh, even before we started with the movie, but we're going, and we will update in our channel what we're doing over there, because we're opening doors in Turkey, because I understood that I can make a good plan, go with the cameras, but you will need somebody to actually bring you what we want to
Yeah, you'll
show.
need some guys for sure, right?
Exactly. So we are opening doors now in Turkey with with
That's so
what
exciting.
what I was able to make happen, and the whole team. So we're going now. I'm not sure, as always, but at the same time, we're recording. We are working with a local artist. We want to do everything here in Chile about the recreations we are doing, which recreation will mean for your audience. Like, it will mean we are recreating everything we're talking about. I mean, if we are talking about
That sounds a little
somebody's
intimidating. What do you mean you're recreating everything? I don't want no little kids
let's
running
say,
around in those
well,
sindons.
imagine our consultant the person that is we are consulting or bringing questions to what we're actually showing is Ammon Hillman. So
Right.
you can understand that we need some
We're gonna
some
get some
actors.
Chewy style visuals, I imagine.
Well, bro. The thing that I can tell is like nobody's censoring us. We will not engage with any kind of okay. But people have said to me, okay, I can go with this project, but you cannot say this or that. We will never do that. I mean, we will not be censored in the project we're doing. So even if you offer me that everything will be, I'll pay for everything, but you cannot show this, dude. I will not do it. This is a thing that we talked about with the team, and I will never do it. So it's no censorship on our stuff. So I have to find the best way to do it. So I'm just giving you. Actually, probably the guys will say, "What the fuck are you talking about, dude? About Turkey?" But yeah, we're moving now.
That's
Right
amazing.
now, I'll tell you, bro. We keep we keep going. We need some more stuff, but here in Chile, everything is happening. People are very interested, and in our YouTube channel, we have a good engagement, which we never thought they will be. That's thanks to you and to Ammon. That actually here in Chile we have a very small audience, which is growing now as we are doing this. That's why we did the history inquiry. When I'm speaking in Spanish at the beginning, bro. I mean, the topic is not new here. I guess it's new everywhere, some kind of way, man.
You know what it
I mean,
is that people are aware though, right? Like we've all been under the thumb of all this like we were talking about this in our first interview, right? Like you can't live in South America and not be somewhat aware of what's going on. You can't live anywhere in the West and not be aware, you know?
yeah, absolutely, bro. And the thing is, for us here to um, what we already have, what we did last year, and what the crew has done, like us. When I go to a meeting, okay, dude, this is what we're doing, is powerful. So for me, it's an honor, but at the same time, it's very, I have to go to meetings with the guys that are where I have to find somebody that will understand what we're doing, and at the same point to say to him, okay, dude, I will not put my pants down. I will never um, censor my shit. So if you don't like it, it's okay. It's no problem. So the thing is, this is what we're doing. And
Beautiful.
we're going abroad. We're going whatever, man. We're not stopping with this. There's a bunch of people interested in what we're doing, and the project is going. We thought that it was going to be smoother at the first idea, but once we engage with the topic, you can understand that is like, no, I mean, it's not the same now, but we're we're absolutely certain that we will deliver in
That's
next
exciting.
year.
Next year. Wow, you're giving us next year. Oh man.
We will
Beautiful.
not deliver this year, bro. I would
Yeah.
love to say,
Right.
do this in a month from now. I mean, for me as
A
a
year
producer,
seems
I'll be
reasonable
like,
with you guys still
give it
going
to
to
me for
sets on
next week.
location. So sorry.
Like for me as a producer, give it to me next week.
Right.
But dude, I mean, next year we'll have what we're doing, and I will not rush it because of what I was saying. I mean, some people has approached us personally, me, uh, but asking me to not touch in some stuff, and I cannot do that. That's the whole point of what we're doing. We are
We
not
admire your conviction, my friend.
we are
Beautiful.
not um, we're not accepting that kind of deal. You know, it's like we are not trying to actually
No,
to
you're here to pervert the mysteries, right? You're doing the work with Ammon. You can't not reveal stuff, right?
exactly. All this that's the point, and I mean, like you'll be very impressed of. Sometimes I've been in a meeting and I'll say, dude, have you seen the last fucking movie? It's like everybody's fucking cutting heads, and it's like, dude, your kid is watching it. I mean, like this is fucking just stupidity going on your fucking head, and I'm making a documentary. I cannot show this. Why?
Right.
Oh, because
Right.
it's fucked up, you know. So w- we already have oath between us. We'll never go, even if you give me the. I will never have a problem. Everything's paid. We'll not do it because the whole point is what we're working on.
Right.
So, but at the same time, we are working with beautiful people in Europe and here in the US
And
with you
Turkey
right
now,
now in
right? This is
Turkey
so
now.
exciting. It's so
Yeah.
exciting. Wow.
So, bro, this is going,
Man.
and we will keep it. Um, we'll keep it this way. We will not accept censorship.
Man, I love to hear it. We're so excited for the movie. So excited to hear that there's going to be more on location shoots. Love to see the project growing. In terms of the podcast, when are you going to be bringing out these new scholarly interviews? When are we going to see the next part with your new co-host? When is that all going to drop?
Well, we are like, well, I can say it will be next weekend. We will release something that we did, which is so beautiful, and I'm so grateful that I told Iman, like, well, you will see it in when we release it. I did a bit of experiment because I didn't tell any of them that they were gathering, and I did some kind of in on-site engagement from different experts. So that's why it's called like two experts, one fool, which is the name that we're doing. Obviously,
Cute.
I'm the freaking fool, but the thing is, they didn't know each other. They met each other on screen,
Oh, wow.
and they talked each other. I was just letting them talk, and so it was a very nice experiment, man. For
Oh,
for
that's beautiful.
to show, and both of them are very like, because I thought like, oh dude, I'm so sorry that I didn't told you, I'm so sorry that I did. Both of them, but they were both of them were like, I loved it. I mean, like, to just like, that's what we did, man. I was speaking with an expert from Athens, and then I just brought Ammon when he wanted
Glorious.
to talk with us. And before I told her, like, maybe a friend of ours would be engaging with, Dr. Ammon that I told you. Okay, so I was speaking with her for like an hour or 2 hours or whatever, and then Ammon connected with us, and so we had this experiment, and then they were talking about the same topics I was talking about. So you can see both different, I mean, experts both arguing about,
Love it.
having a
I'm
laugh
excited for
about
that.
it without even know each other.
Getting Ammon together with some proper scholars is going to be a lot of fun, especially in a neutral environment, because there tends to be, Ammon goes into that mythopoetic, into that linguistic reality. Like I've seen a couple interviews he's done with like religion study scholars, and they've gone poorly sometimes, because they can't follow him in his linguistic deep dive, and then they're like, no, this it doesn't correspond with my understanding, and so no. So it's going to be nice to see him actually talk to like someone who shares maybe not the same perspective, but at least is open to engaging with Alman in a polite way that can facilitate some good discourse. That sounds exciting.
I mean, the whole point was like, for me, I didn't know what it was going to happen. I mean, it's like, I know Ammon, how it is. I've been talking with him a lot. I know Evina and Gisabet, and he's, dude, she is like, from Athens. He studied philology in Greece, made her linguistic studies, which is like supposedly, which I didn't know, completely, like when they were talking each other, it was so much like, they were talking in a language that I don't understand. Like she
Right.
was saying like, I'm a philologist, but at the same time, I'm a linguist. So I betrayed. And they were like, haha, having a laugh and whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck does even mean? Like, so
You fly on a
there's
wall.
two people that know what they are talking. And I'm sometimes like going with the questions, some questions, some
Oh, I
crazy
love
shit.
it.
But it will be, I mean, we are releasing now in next weekend, this weekend that is coming.
Amazing.
So
That sounds so much fun. So we're excited to see that. That's coming out next
you will
week.
love it.
That'll be great. And you guys got so much on your channel. So everyone go subscribe to Stones and Serpents. Here's their channel. You can check out the History's Inquiry podcast, right? They're going to be a new episode next week. And there's, of course, the music video you were talking about that you did here with Nico. And that is Damon, right? And what I think we can do here is, as we wind down, we can play it for the audience as sort of an exit out.
Thank you so much, bro. We'll
You
love
know,
to. Maybe we
so
thought that we thought that it will be like something that it has to do with what we were doing, even though that is our musical project, but it's the same team. The director of the video is the same director of Stones Serpents, which is Lucas de la Vega, which is my brother. So we thought, okay, bro, let's bring it to people. Maybe they give a shit. And
beautiful.
and Nico, which is here, bro. Can I show
Nico
Nico
here.
to
Yeah,
to
please show him. This is the composer,
show
the,
yourself?
the, the musical maestro. Hi, Nico.
Hey to all, thank you, Snappy, for the space. And this is a long, 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 long chat.
Yeah,
Like
went a
five
bit
hours,
long
bro.
today. Holy crap. Yeah. Don't put Bruno and I together. We'll just never
Yeah,
stop.
yeah, yeah. This is great. This is great. So thank you very much to all, and enjoy the music and enjoy the mystery.
Thank you, Nico. Much love. Any last words for the audience, Bruno? Anything else you want to plug before we say goodnight?
Well, thank you very much, and to you, Snobby, to have another conversation, bro. I mean, like we've been talking for like a day, 24 hours straight. I will be with you for.
Man, your voice
But
tomorrow. Take some lozenges.
yeah,
Stay
yeah, yeah,
warm, you know?
yeah, yeah. I know. But thank you so much, bro. I
All
hope
right.
that I will like very much to talk with you in our channel because I have so many questions to
Bring me
give
on anytime.
you, bro.
Love it.
Like about all of you opened so many doors, man. So
All hail
thank
the
you.
muse.
That's the only thing I can say is like thank you, and that's it, bro. Thank you so much
Thank you,
for the
my friend.
support and for the talk.
Thank you so much. We're so excited for your art and we're so happy to support you and your team. So, everyone, make sure you go subscribe to Stones and Serpents and give them your support. The movie should be out in a year, and we're going to play for you this beautiful track, Daemon by Bruno and Nico. So, good night, everyone. Thank you, guys. We're going to peace out. Take care. Enjoy the music.